Okay, we're fired up and we're here. And hey, Devin Cole, um, let me see, what can I do with this? How do I? Mhm. Hmm. Let me see. All right. Well, this is nice. I got to what's going on with this over here. Okay, so come on in, folks. It's on. It's on. It's on. And we're trying to get this on a regular basis after we recovered from all the strange things this past time. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna wait. I see three people. Don't be ashamed. Come on out. It's gonna be a good night. We're gonna have a white night of information together. I want to wish everybody MFM. Let's see. Let me put my fake glasses on and a little bit of that. Yeah. Oh, let me turn my other light on, my studio light, so it's brighter. Is everybody good? Let me see. And we might hate, you know what? I could absolutely, while people coming in, please share this. I'm going to be reading from some classic old black books first, and some of them are actually vintage. I even put some aside. But one book I really like, E. Franklin Frazier. Oh my God, I love him. And he's got, getting, here's the Negro Family. Oh, it's going to make all the feminists mad. I should have picked that first. Yeah, I know I got to make all the feminists mad. That's my mission. I have a mission to fight against feminism, and I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep my commitment. Um, hmm, 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 hmm. Okay, we're going to wait a second. You know what? I can give it a few more minutes. Y'all come on in here. I'm just glad they're recording this. And share this, get this out, because you know they don't tell people about stuff on my page, no matter what it is. If I'm talking about God with no cussing, they don't do it. So apparently, we must be giving people something. So retweet, share this, like it. You know, um, okay. P Norton 75. Peace to you. Um, hmm, we're gonna have some fun tonight, and last night was good too. We had a decent turnout, and you know what? If you guys would indulge me, so I don't have to get interrupted later, I should give it a second. Let me grab one or two things. I got my board, got this. Um, mm, and I can also take some enhancing drugs. Uh, I love enhancing drugs. Uh, it's just ginseng. Oh, it's so good. I want to be real high when I talk about Black history. Mm, mm. So stolen ancestors, 1526, good date. Let me see, it's 8. See over here. Okay, we 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 a little too small. I'm gonna give it a couple seconds, and all is well. Can you hear me, Devin? Let me pass. Let me ask her to speak. Hold on. Let me see. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Can you hear me, Devin? Make a request to come on mic. Okay. We're getting there. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna stop for a second. But oh my God, I'm gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna be reading some of these old Black stuff, and then if I can fit it all in here, I've got these white supremacists. Oh, they're so cool. My, how they hate us. And I'm gonna continue to talk about racist, fake, um, white supremacists. Um, Whoever P. Norton is, um, uh, you should have an apology. I'm not answering the question. Okay, it's insulting no matter how you do it. So there, there you have it. And even your frame of the question, you have an apostrophe on doctorates, which isn't even the proper way to say it. And the question you framed to me about whether I have it or not. We should be very careful how we do these things. So, no apologies necessary, but it's just not a question I'm going to answer. Um, it's insulting. And I do know one thing, regardless of what my educational level is, you don't put an apostrophe on documents. Just saying. Um, our people are quite interesting. So yeah, how you doing? Okay, so I'm going to take exactly a couple seconds because I have to take care of something, and I'll be right back. And yeah, about 6 minutes, and we'll start at 10:30 approximately. Okay, let me do this. Okay. Okay, it's 10:31. Everybody's ready? I sure am. Now, let's put this to rest. Hey, Mizell, P. Norton, um, I, I don't really trip off of this. If I did or didn't have it, if I'm worthy of respect, I'm worthy of it. Certain people, uh, yeah, someone else in the chat cleared up for him. There's certain things that what I don't have to answer, not interested in answering, and it doesn't. It's all I can say is the way that people will respond to that. Okay, everyone, how are you, Sister Brooke? Uh, we're getting ready for tonight, and we do have a rule. I don't like rude or ignorant questions. It may not even seem rude to the people ask you, but it may be rude to me. I'm the speaker, and as much as this is free, because unlike Sister Brooke, a lot of people watch. They get a lot from what we do, and I haven't put it to subscriber basis yet, but I could. It's not that hard. Uh, but I've had some very good and loyal, decent people who've been out here, and information is hard to come by a lot of times. Um, and here's the key thing. Um, Anybody that knows me knows I'm a person that speaks truth, even if it's painful. And if a person doesn't know that, that's their issue. I don't explain myself to anyone. I learned explaining is like bowing. I'm not bowing. What if I put it up there about me is true, and I don't like being compared to other people. Other people lie. I'm not a liar, and I'm not about to start being one now. Okay, everybody. Tonight, last night we were in the Kerner Commission study, and some things came up, and I just said, the Kerner Commission study people hear about, but there are lots of these books, classic books from back in the day that are very, 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 very worthwhile. And I'm thinking, how could I say this? I think I want to share some of it so you can hear it and you'll learn something from the perspective of older generations, because a lot of the stuff isn't shared, isn't shared. And one of some of our unsung heroes are people like Kelly Miller, E. Franklin Frazier, James Weldon Johnson, at least some of the time. And of course, there are others. But I thought to share some of that tonight, some of this stuff. And everybody's good. So I was thinking, uh, because I have this wonderful uh, book by not E. Franklin Frazier, but Kelly Miller, and it's at the heart of some of the problems that you see today. Um, it's current, and of course, I'm reading from chapter 13, and a book that was published, and I mention it on periodically. It's one of these wonderful books. I have an original. It was initially race adjustment was done differently. Um, um, I think I'm going to take. There are two portions I'm going to read from. I'm going to read from uh, as to the leopard spots and enumeration errors and the Negro population, both by Kelly Miller. Um, Innumerable errors and Negro population is from the book Everlasting Stain that was published exactly 100 years ago by the first Black American PhD in mathematics, Dr. Kelly Miller, phenomenal man. And he had another book called Everlasting Stain, not Everlasting Stain, but it's called Race Adjustment. And I think it's quite fitting to read, in as much as the film Sinners is out. Sinners is almost in part a reaction to this guy Thomas Dixon Jr., who wrote The Leopard Spots and also a book called The Klansman. Get off my channel, man. Take your ass somewhere. I just blocked the dude. I don't do that. Now, I'm going to encourage people to do things like research. I don't have to answer anyone's fucking questions of any kind. Okay. And there's a book called Fugitive Pedagogy. I may read it one day. It's a very expensive book, but a lot of your brilliant people who are Black, with and without degrees, but often with them, aren't welcome in the academy to teach. So I just took dude off my platform. If he wants to know if I really have a PhD, let his sorry ass go online and look me up. And I'll say that for anybody else. And other people call themselves doctors and this, that, and the other. I don't throw that around there, but it's a title. And to me, unlike other people who have much bigger followings that call themselves doctors or whatever, I'm telling the truth. And so let me say something to y'all before I get into this, because that person, I blocked them. They didn't even know how to frame a question to ask me about my my degree, if I did or didn't have it. And the shit wasn't written right. Whether you could proofread it or not, here you are questioning what I have, and you aren't even certain that you can convey in proper English prose the question to challenge whether I have it or not. And I thank everybody for not answering the question. Okay. I don't have to do it. And I've had people investigate and try to put out that they thought I was making up stuff. No, there are a lot of phonies out here, people. They're phonies. There are a lot of phonies out here. They claim this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. I'm not a phony. I'm for real. So if I tell you something, unless I made a mistake with the intent to tell you as best I knew the facts, you could go to the bank with it. I'll stop right here and check myself to make certain I told you what was factually true. Okay? But if anybody does that shit, I will kick you off my platform. I don't need you. You're not taking care of me. You're not one of these people like Sister Brooke or Sister Star or Brother Mizell, people I know, or Sister Devon. Don't ever come up in here questioning stuff. Okay? You wouldn't do that. In fact, it's probably a cracker. It's probably a white dude. And so I don't need you. And it's a coon. They would never go into a white person's thing and question their education or any of that. They don't. Um, Never ever, people, tolerate disrespect, even in cyberspace. This is like coming in my face. Are you really with? If I put doctor up there, damn it, I'm one. And more or less got cheated out of a doctorate I should have too. But I'm not gonna get into that. And no, I don't answer questions like that. It's none of their fucking business. Uh anyway, just had to get that off my chest. But stupid ass person, stupid ass questions. Okay. And people lie and falsify and steal your, it's not happening here. I've been doing this stuff for like now since 2010 for 15 years. And nobody comes and has caught me in any kind of lie or falsehood or misrepresentation of things. Talk about stuff years before they happen. Okay. And I've criticized governments, persons, presidents, heads of state. If anything, folks may want to like harass me, but I've never been called a phony or a liar. And that's not one thing I want to be. So let the church roll on. And moderators, I don't appreciate such questions. If you see it, time their ass out for the entire show. My email, I share it, I do all kinds of stuff. If someone really had some shit to ask me, they could ask me directly in my personal email. Try to do this shit with a crowd of people, that's like heckling. And I know how to heckle. I don't do it, but I'm good at it. You don't like what I'm doing, get the hell off. And I don't need your honor. God gives me honor, right? God is all I need, right? Okay. In the book written 117 years ago, published by Kelly Miller, in reaction to Thomas Dixon, who wrote The Leopard Spots and The Klansman, out of which came the film Birth of a Nation, which resulted in thousands of Black American people being beaten, killed, robbed, burnt out of their homes, because it led to the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, American Nazism, and other things. This gentleman, when Black scholars were really fighting, wrote this in an open letter to Thomas Dixon Jr. As to the leopard spots, an open letter to Thomas Dixon Jr. September 1905. Mr. Thomas Dixon Jr. Dear Sir, I'm writing you this letter to express the attitude and the feeling of 10 million of your fellow citizens towards the evil propagandism of race animosity which you have lent your great literary powers. Through the widespread influence of your writings, you have become the chief priest of those who worship at the shrine of race hatred and wrath. This one spirit runs through all your books and published utterances, like the recurrent theme of an opera. As the general trend of your doctrine is clearly epitomized and put forth in your contribution to the Saturday Evening Post of August 19, I beg to consider chiefly the issue therein raised. You are a white man born in the midst of the Civil War. I am a Negro born during the same stirring epoch. You were born with the silver spoon in your mouth. I was born with an iron hoe in my hand. Your race has afflicted, accumulated injury and wrong upon mine. Mine has borne yours only service and goodwill. You express your views with the most scathing frankness. I'm sure you will welcome an equally candid expression from me. Permit me to acknowledge the personal consideration which you've shown me. You will doubtless recall when I addressed the congregational ministers of New York City a year or more ago. You asked permission to be present and listened attentively to what I had to say, although, as might have been expected, you beat a precipitous retreat when the luncheon was announced. In your article in the Post, you make several references to me and to other colored men with entire personal courtesy. So, as far as I know, you've never varied from this rule in your personal dealings with members of my race. You are merciless, however, in excoriating the race as a whole, thus keenly wounding the sensibilities of every individual of that blood. I assure you that the courtesy of personal treatment will be reciprocated in this letter. However, sharply, I may be compelled to take issue with the views you set forth, to deplore your attitude. I shall endeavor to indulge with no bitter words against your race or against the South, whose exponent and special pleader you assume to be. I fear that you have mistaken personal manners, the inevitable varnish of any gentleman of your antecedents, for rearing for friendship to a race which you hold in despite. You tell us that you are kind and considerate to your personal servants. It is somewhat strange that you should deem such an assurance necessary, any more than it is necessary for you to assure that you're kind to your horse or your dog and fond of them. But when you write yourself down as one of the best friends, you need not be surprised if we retort the refrain of a ritual. From all such prophets of friendship, good Lord, deliver us. An astronomer once tried to convince a layman unlearned in astronomical lore that the North Star was bigger than the moon. The unsophisticated reply was, it might be so, but it has a mighty poor way of showing it. The reconciliation of your apparently violent attitude with your profession of friendship is, I confess, too subtle a process for the African intellect. I beg to call your attention to the fault of temper, which may be unconscious on your part. The traditional method of your class in dealing with adverse opinion was a word and a blow, and with you it is a word and an epithet. Your opponents in the field of opinion are set down as pothouse politicians, the ostrich man, the poo poo man, and the benevolent old maid. Of course, Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Carnegie, J.L.M. Curry, Lyman Abbott, Chancellor Hill, John D. Rockefeller, and E. Gardner Murphy would fall under one or the other of your sonorous designations. Your choicest assortment of epithets, I presume, is reserved for Robert C. Ogden and the General Education Board, of whom you seem to regard with special repugnance. For these, doubtless, you intended such appellatives as weak-minded optimists and female men. The most illustrious names in America, living and dead, would fall under the ban of your opprobrium. According to your standard, the only Americans who could be accounted safe, sane, and judicious on the race issue would be the author of the leopard spots, Senator Tillman and Governor Vardaman. Senator Ben Pitchfork Tillman from South Carolina was notorious for encouraging white people in South Carolina to mass murder black people so they could not vote. Senator Governor Vardaman, I believe of Georgia, also was actively involved in promoting violence against Black Americans. Moderators, you can tell people what I'm reading from. When you come late, I'm not going to repeat the title. That's why this is recorded. Your fundamental thesis is that no amount of education of any kind, industrious, classical, or religious, can make a Negro a white man or bridge the chasm of centuries which separates him from the white man in the evolution of human history. This doctrine is as old as human oppression. Calhoun made it the archstone in the defense of Negro slavery and lost. This is but a recrudescence of a doctrine which was exploited and exploded during the anti slavery struggle. Do you recall the school of pro slavery scientists who demonstrated beyond doubt that the Negro skull was too thick to comprehend the substance of Aryan knowledge? Have you not read in the now discredited scientific books of that period that what triumphant acclaim it was shown the shape and size of the Negro skull, facial angle, cephalic configuration rendered him forever impervious to the white man's civilization? But all enlightened minds are now as ashamed of that doctrine as they are of the one time dogma that the Negro had no soul. We became aware of the mind through its manifestations within 40 years of only partial opportunity. While playing, as were, in the backyard of civilization, the American Negro has cut down his illiteracy by over 50%, has produced a professional class, some 50,000 strong, including ministers, teachers, doctors, editors, authors, architects, engineers, and is found in all higher lines of listed pursuits in which white men are engaged. Some 3,000 have taken collegiate degrees, over 300 being from the best institutions in the North and West, established for the most favored white youth. There's scarcely a first class institution in America, excepting some 3 or 4 in the South, that is without colored students who pursue their studies generally with success and sometimes with distinction. Negro inventors have taken out 400 patents as a contribution to the mechanical genius of America. There are scores of Negroes who, for conceded ability and achievement, take respectable rank in the company of distinguished Americans. It devolves upon you, Mr. Dixon, to point out some standard, either of intelligence or character or conduct, to which the Negro cannot perform. Will you please tell a waiting world just what is the psychological difference between the races? No reputable authority, either the old or of the new school of psychology, has yet pointed out any sharp psychic discriminant. There's not a single intellectual, moral, or spiritual excellence attained by the white race to which the Negro does not yield an appreciative response. If you could show that the Negro is incapable of mastering the intricacies of Aryan speech, that he could not comprehend the intellectual basis of European culture, or apply the apparatus of practical knowledge, that he could not be made amenable to the white man's ethical code or appreciate his spiritual motive, then your case would be proved. But in default of such demonstration, we must relegate your eloquent pronouncement to the realm of generalization and prophecy, an easy and agreeable exercise in the mind in which the romancer is ever prone to indulge. The inherent, essential, and unchangeable inferiority of the Negro to the white man lies at the basis of your social philosophy. You disdain to examine the validity of your fondly cherished hope. You follow closely in the wake of Tom Watson in the June number of his homonymous magazine. You both hurl your thesis of innate racial inferiority at the head of Booker T. Washington. You use the same illustrations, the same arguments, and you set them forth in the same order of recital, and for the most part in identical language. It seems to be an instance of great minds, or at least of minds of the same grade, running in the same channel. These are your words, quote, "What contribution to human progress have the millions of Africans who inhabit this planet made during the past 4,000 years? Absolutely nothing," close quote. These are the words of Thomas Watson, spoken some 2 months previous. Quote, what does civilization owe to the Negro race? Nothing, 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 close quote. You answer the query with the most emphatic negative noun and strongest qualifying objective in the language. Mr. Watson, of a more static temperament, replies with the same noun and 6 exclamation points. One rarely meets outside of yellow journalism with such lavishness of language wasted upon hoary dogma. A discredited doctrine that has been bandied about the world from the time of Canaan to Calhoun is revamped and set forth with as much ardor and fervency of feeling as if revealed for the first time and proclaimed for enlightenment of a waiting world. But neither boastful asseveration on your part nor indignant denial on mine will affect the facts of the case. That Negroes in the average are not equal in developed capacity to the white race is a proposition which it would be simple to affirm as it is silly to deny. The Negro represents a belated race which has not yet taken a commanding part in the progressive movement of the world. And the great cosmic scheme of things, some races which reach the limelight of civilization ahead of others. But that temporary forwardness does not argue inherent superiority, as it is evident as any fact of history. An unfriendly environment may hinder and impede one, while fortunate circumstances may quicken and spur the other. Relative superiority is only a transient phase of human development. You tell us that, quote, the Jew had achieved a civilization, had his poets, prophets, priests, and kings, when our Germanic ancestors were still in the woods, cracking coconuts and hickory nuts with the monkeys, close quote. Fancy some learned Jew at that day citing your query about the contribution of the Germanic races to the culture of the human spirit during the thousands of years of their existence. Does the progress of history not prove that races may lie dormant and fallow for ages and then break suddenly into prestige and power? 50 years ago, you doubtless would have ranked Japan among the benighted nations and hurled at their heathen head some derogatory query as to their contribution to civilization. But since the happenings at Mukden and Port Arthur, this is the Russo-Japanese War, where the Japanese kicked the shit out of the Russians, and he leaves out the sinking of the entire Russian fleet at Tsushima Straits in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of China. Yeah, the Japanese just destroyed the entire Russian Navy. At one time, the Russians lost all their ships, the Japanese lost none. Um, so he's basically pointing out how superior white folks could get a foot in their ass from non-white people that they dismissed. That's why he's bringing up Mukden is in modern day Manchuria, which is in China, and Port Arthur was a fortress that the Japanese took from the Russians, which is also in northeastern China, which is called Manchuria. And Portsmouth. Portsmouth was where in New Hampshire, where President Roosevelt negotiated a peace between the Russians and the Japanese, where the Japanese, as a non-white nation, got to some degree favorable terms. That was a shock to white folks. I suppose that you're ready to change your mind on the subject, or maybe since the Jap has proved himself a first-class fighting man, able to cope on equal terms with the best breeds of Europe, you will claim him as belonging to the white race, notwithstanding his pig eye and yellow pigment. In the course of history, the ascendancy of the various races and nations of men is subject to strange variability. The Egyptian, the Jew, the Indian, the Greek, the Roman, the Arab, each has had his turn at domination. When the earlier nations were in their zenith of art, thought, and song, the Franks and Britons and Germans, Franks for France people, Britons and Germans were roaming through dense forests, groveling in subterranean caves, practicing barbarous rites, and chanting horrid incantations to graven gods. In the proud days of Aristotle, the ancestors of Newton, Shakespeare, and Bacon could not count beyond 10 fingers. As compared with the developed civilization of the period, they were a backward race, though as subsequent development has shown, by no means an inferior one. They were hasty philosophers in that day who branded these people with the everlasting stamp of inferiority. The brand of philosophy portrayed in The Leopard Spots and in Tom Watson's magazine has flourished in all ages of the world. The individuals of the backward race are not, as such, necessarily inferior to those of a more advanced people. The vast majority of any race is composed of ordinary and inferior folks. To use President Roosevelt's expression, they cannot pull their own weight. It is only the few choice individuals reinforced by a high standard of social efficiency, that they are capable of adding to the civilization of the world. There is no hard and fast line dividing the two races on the scale of capacity. There's a widest possible range of variation within the limits of each. A philosopher and a fool may not only be members of the same race, but of the same family. No scheme of classification is possible which will include all white men and shut out all Negroes, according to any test of excellence that your and Mr. Watkins' ingenuity can devise. Some Negroes will be superior to most white men. No stretch of ingenuity or strain of conscience has yet devised a plan of franchise which includes all members of one race and excludes all those of the other. Learned opinion on the other side ought, at least, to weigh as much against your thesis as your own fulminations count in favor of it. You surely have a high respect for the authority of Thomas Jefferson. In a letter to Benjamin Banneker, the Negro astronomer, the author of the Great Declaration, wrote, "Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit that the nature has given our black brethren talents equal to those of other colors of men, that its apparent want of them is owing merely to the degraded condition of their existence both in Africa and America." Mr. William Matthews, a noted author writing some time ago in the North American Review, asserts, "We affirm that the inferiority of the Negro has never been proven, nor is there any good ground to suppose that he is forever to maintain his relative position, or that he is inferior to the white man in any other sense than some white races are inferior to each other." Professor N.F. Shaler, a native of the South and professor at Harvard University, writes in The Arena, "There are hundreds and thousands of black men who in capacity are ranked with the superior persons of the dominant race, and it is hard to say that in any evident feature of mind they are characteristically different from their white fellow citizens." Benjamin Kidd, in his work on social evolution, declares that the Negro child shows no inferiority, and that the deficiency which he seems to manifest in afterlife is due to his dwarfing and benumbing environment. Professor John Spencer Bassett of Trinity College, North Carolina, has had the courage to state the belief that the Negro would gain equality one day. He also tells us that Dr. Booker T. Washington, whom Watson takes so sharply to task for hinting that the Negro may be superior to some white men, is the greatest man, with the single exception, that the South has produced in 100 years. This is indeed a suggestion of a Negro superiority with a vengeance. In the judgment of this distinguished Southerner, one Negro at least is superior to millions of his white fellow citizens, including the editor of Tom Watson's magazine and the author of The Leopard Spots. But, rejoins the objector, if the Negro possesses this inherent capacity, why has he not been given the world the benefit of it during the course of his history? Capacity is potential rather than a dynamic mode of energy. Whatever native capacity of mind the mind may possess, It must be stimulated and reinforced by social accomplishment before it can show great achievement. In arithmetic, a number has an inherent and local value, the latter being by far the more powerful function in numerical calculation. The individual may count for such, but the social efficiency counts for the most. It is absolutely impossible for Francis Bacon to thrive among Bushmen, or for Herbert Spencer among the Hottentots. The great names of the world always arise among the people who, for the time being, are in the forefront of the world's movements. We do not expect names of the first degree of luster to arise among the suppressed and submerged classes. In confirmation of this view, let us turn for a moment to the pages of history. Mr. Lecky tells us in his History of European Morals, quote, I regard as one of the anomalies of history that within the narrow limits and scanty population of the Greek states should have arisen men who in almost every conceivable form of genius and philosophy and ethics and dramatic and lyrical poetry and written and spoken eloquence and statesmanship and sculpture and painting and probably also in music should have attained almost or altogether the highest limits of human perfection. Mr. Galton, this is Francis Galton, cousin of racist Charles Darwin, and his hereditary genius tells us, we have no men to put beside Socrates or Phidias. Millions of Europe breeding as they have done for subsequently 2,000 years have never produced their equals. It follows from all of this that the average ability of the Athenian race is on the lowest estimate nearly 2 grades higher than our own. That is, about as much as our race is above that of the African Negro. And yet this intellectual race, this race of Phidias and Homer, of Plato and Socrates, has continued for 2,000 years in a state of complete intellectual stagnation. When they lost their political nationality and became submerged beneath the heavy weight of oppression, to use the language of Macaulay, their people have degenerated into timid slaves and their language into barbarous jargon. Can there be any stronger proof of the fact that the great achievements depend upon environment and social stimulus rather than innate capacity? Where is now the boasted glory of Egypt and Babylon, or Nineveh and Tyre? Expeditions from distant continents are sent to unearth the achievements of renowned ancestors beneath the very feet of their degenerate descendants, as a mute reminder to the world of the transiency of human greatness. Jews seem to form an exception to this rule, but the exception is seemingly rather than real. While they have lost their political integrity, they have preserved their spiritual nationality. The race of Moses and Paul and Jesus still produces great names, though not of the same great and glory as their prototypes of old. Our own country has not escaped the odium of intellectual inferiority. The generation has scarcely passed away in whose ears used to ring the standing sneer, who reads an American book? It was in the day of Thomas Jefferson that learned Europeans declared, America, or should I say, white America, has not produced one good poet. We had Phillis Wheatley, straight out of slavery, to the top. America has not produced one good poet, one able mathematician, we produced Benjamin Banneker, and one genius in a single art or science, again, Benjamin Banneker. In response to this charge, Jefferson enters an eloquent special plea. He says, quote, when we have existed as a people as long as the Greeks did before they produced a Homer, the Romans Virgil, the French a Racine, the English Shakespeare and Milton, should this reproach still be true, I will inquire from what unfriendly cause it has proceeded, close quote. How analogous to this is a reproach which you and Mr. Watson, treading the track of Thomas Nelson Page and those of his school of thought, who now hurl against the Negro race. The response of Jefferson defending American colonies from reproach of innate inferiority will apply with augmented emphasis to ward off similar charges against the despised and rejected Negro. A learned authority tells us hardly 2 centuries have passed since Russia was covered with a horde of barbarians among whom it would have been difficult to find any example of intellectual cultivation and refinement as to this day to find the same phenomenon at Timbuktu or among the Negroes of Georgia or Alabama. It is well and good fame of the Russian people that Tom Watson's magazine did not exist in those days. According to the Study and Distribution of Ability in the United States, a study made by the Honorable Henry Cabot Lodge, the little state of Massachusetts has produced more men of distinction and achievement than all the South combined. In architecture, agriculture, manufacture, finance, legislation, sculpture, religion, organization, painting, music, literature, science, and the wedding of the fine arts of religion, the South is relatively backward as compared with other sections of the country. But this lack of comparative achievement is not due at all to innate inferiority of Southern white men to their brethren in higher latitudes. Mr. Thomas Nelson Page, in his famous book on the Old South, accepts this derogatory fact and explains its cause with much ingenuity. The white people of the South claim, or rather boast of, a race prepotency and inheritance as great as any breed of men in the world, but they clearly fail to show like attainment. It would be evidently unfair to conclude that the white race in Georgia is inherently inferior to the people of New England because it's failed to produce names of like renown. The difference in wealth, culture, and bracing tone of environment are quite sufficient to account for the difference in results. I think you and Mr. Watson will be generous enough to concede to the Negro the benefit of the same argument which the defenders of the South resort to in the justification of its own its own relative backwardness. The Negro has never, during the whole course of history, been surrounded by those influences which tend to strengthen and develop the mind. To expect the Negroes of Georgia to produce a great general like Napoleon when they're not even allowed to carry arms, or to deride them for not producing scholars like those of the Renaissance when a few years ago they were forbidden the use of letters, verges closely upon the outer rim of absurdity. Do you look for the great Negro statesmen in states where black men are not allowed to vote? Mr. Watson can tell something about the difficulty of being a statesman in Georgia against the protests of the ruling political ring. He tried it above all for Southern white men to berate the Negro for failing to gain the highest rounds of distinction, reaches the climax of cool inconsistency. One is reminded of the barbarous Teutons in Titus Andronicus, who, after cutting out the tongue and hacking off the hands of lovely Lavinia, ghoulishly chided her for not calling for sweet water with which to wash her delicate hands. Here's another specimen of the grade of reasoning to which the readers of Tom Watson's magazine are treated. Quote, "Let me repeat to you, doctor, the unvarnished truth, for it may do you good. The advance made by your race in America is a reflection of the white man's civilization. Just that and nothing more. The Negro lives in the light of the white man's civilization and reflects a part of that light," close quote. Here again, we come across the threadbare arguments of the advocates of suppression and subordination of the Negro. The aptitude of many people for progress is tested by the readiness with which they absorb and assimilate the environment of which they form part. I wonder if Mr. Watson would contend that the Red Indian shows capacity for civilization because he neither borrows nor imitates. Civilization is not a spontaneous generation with any race or nation known to history, but the torch is handed down from race to race, from age to age, and gains in brilliancy as it goes. The progress made by the Negro has been natural and inevitable. Does Mr. Watson expect the American Negro to invent an alphabet before he learns to read? The Negro has advanced exactly in the same fashion that the white race has advanced, by taking advantage of all that has gone before. Other men have labored, and we have entered into their labors. The Japanese did not invent the battleship, modern artillery, or the modern manual of arms, but they use them pretty effectively. The young race, like the individual, must first appropriate and apply what has already gone before. The white man has no exclusive proprietorship of civilization. The white man's civilization is as much a misnomer as the white man's multiplication table. It is an equal inheritance of anyone who can appropriate and apply it. This is the only practical test of a people's capacity. I have no doubt that Mr. Watson would say that 1 million white people in Georgia are very capable folk. And yet, how many of these people have aided anything to the processes of civilization? They've simply entered into it and carried on the processes already established. When Mr. Watson concedes the Negro's ability to do as much as as he negatives the whole argument of inferiority, you and Mr. Watson, by common, unaccountable parallelism, make the same quotation from Buckle's History of Civilization, and in some mysterious manner endeavor to turn the words to the detriment of the Negro. This reads, discoveries of great men never leave us. They are immortal and they contain those eternal truths which survive the shock of empires, outlive the struggle of rival creeds, and witnesses the decay of successive religions. The discoveries of genius alone remain. It is to them we owe all that we now have, for they are all ages and all times, never young and never old. They bear seeds of their own life. They flow in perennial, undying streams. They are essentially cumulative and giving birth to additions which they subsequently receive. They thus influence the most distant posterity, and after lapse of centuries produce more effect than where they were able to do even at the moment of their promulgation. Genius has no age, no country, no race. It belongs to mankind. Who cares whether Sir Isaac Newton or Watts or Fulton was red or white or brown? Shakespeare means no more to you than he does to me, except insofar as you may have the greater capacity of appreciation and enjoyment. Bacon and Darwin appealed to the world. Do you think when the candle of genius has been lighted by fire from above that it can be hid under a bushel of racial exclusiveness? Nay, rather it is set on a candlestick and gives light unto all who grope in darkness. The Negro enters into the inheritance of all ages on equal terms with the rest, and who can say that he will not contribute his quota of genius to enrich the blood of the world? The line of argument of every writer who undertakes to belittle the Negro is a well-beaten path. Liberia and Haiti are bound to come in for their share of ridicule and contemptuous handling. Mr. Watkins calls these experiments fresher to the mind. Lest we forget, lest we forget. We are told about the incapacity of the black race for self-government, the relapse into barbarism, and much more, all of which we have heard before. And yet when we take into all the circumstances into account in Haiti, presents the world one of the most remarkable achievements in the annals of human history. The panegyric of William Phillips on Toussaint Louverture is more than an outburst of rhetorical fancy. It is a just measure of his achievement in terms of his humble environment and limited instrumentalities at his command. Where else in the course of history has a slave, with the aid of slaves, expelled a powerfully entrenched master class and set up a government patterned after civilized models which, without external assistance or reinforced from the parent civilization, has endured for 100 years in face of a frowning world? Go Haiti. When we consider the difficulties that confront a weak government without military or naval means to cope with more powerful rivals, where commercial adventures are ever and anon stirring up internal strife, thus provoking an intervention of stronger governments, the marvel is that the Republic of Haiti still endures, the only self-governing state in the Antilles. To expect as effective and proficient a government to prevail in Haiti as at Washington would be expecting more of the black men in Haiti than we find in the white men of South America. And yet I suspect that the million Negroes of Haiti are well governed as the corresponding number of blacks in Georgia, where only yesterday 8 men were taken from the custody of the law and lynched without a judge or jury. It is often charged that these people have not maintained the pace set by the old master class, and that the plantations are in ruin, and the whole island wears aspects of dilapidation. Wherever lower people overrun civilization of the higher, there is an inevitable lapse towards the level of the lower. When barbarians and semi-civilized hordes of northern Europe overran the southern peninsulas of the civilization of the world, was wrapped in 1,000 years of darkness. Relapse inevitably precedes rebound. Is there anything in the history of Haiti contrary to the law of human development? You ask, can you change the color of the Negro's skin, the kink of his hair, the bulge of his lips, or the beat of his heart with a spelling book or a machine? This rhetorical outburst does great credit to your literary skill and is calculated to delight the simple, but analysis fails to reveal in it any pregnant meaning, since civilization is not an attribute of the color of the skin or the curl of the hair or the curve of the lips. There is no necessity for the changing of such physical particularities or peculiarities. If there were, the spelling book and the machine would be a very unlikely instrument for its accomplishment. But why, may I ask, would you desire to change the Negro's heartthrob, which already beats at a normal human pace? You need not be so frantic about the superiority of your race. Whatever superiority it may possess, inherent or acquired, will take care of itself without such rabid support. Has it ever occurred to you that the people of New England blood, who have done and are doing the most to make the white race great and glorious in this land, are the most reticent about the extravagant claims to everlasting superiority? You protest too much. Your loud pretensions, backed up by such exclamatory outbursts of passion, make upon the reflecting mind the impression that you entertain a sneaking suspicion of their validity. Your position as to the work and the worth of Booker T. Washington is pitiably anomalous. You recite the story of his upward struggle with an uncontrolled admiration. Quote, the story of this little ragged, barefooted pickaninny who lifted his eyes from a cabin in the hills of Virginia and saw a vision and followed it until at last he proceeds over the richest and most powerful institution in the South and sits down with crowned heads and presidents, has no parallel even in the tales of the Arabian Nights, close quote. You say that this story parallels the universal heart of humanity, yet in a recent letter to the Columbia State, you say you regard it as an unspeakable outrage that Mr. Robert C. Ogden would walk arm in arm with this wonderful man who appeals to the heart of universal humanity and introduce him to lady clerks at a dry goods store. Your passionate devotion to your narrow dogma has seriously impaired your sense of humor. The subject of your next great novel has been announced as The Fall of Tuskegee. In one breath, you commend the work of this great institution, while in another, you condemn it because it does not fit your preconceived scheme to the solution of the race problem. The Tuskegee ideal, to make Negroes producers, lovers of labor, independent, honest, and good, is one which you say that only the fool or a knave can find fault with because of your own words rest squarely upon the eternal verities. Over against this, you add with all condemnatory emphasis of italics and the exclamation point. Tuskegee is not a servant training school. And further, Mr. Washington is not training Negroes to take their places in the industries of the South in which white men direct and control them. He is not training students to be servants and come at the beck and call of any man. He is training them to be masters of men, to be independent, to own and operate their own industries, plant their own fields, buy and sell their own goods, all of which you condemn by the imperative inference 10 times stronger than your faint and forced verbal approval. It is a heedless man who willfully flaunts his little philosophy in the face of eternal verities. When a wise man finds that his prejudices are running against fixed principles in God's cosmic plan, he speedily readjusts them in harmony therewith. Has it never occurred to you to re-examine the foundations of the faith as well as the feelings that is in you, since you admit that it runs afoul with eternal verities? Mr. Washington's motto in his own words is that the Negro has been worked, but now he must learn to work. The man who works for himself is of more service to any community than the man whose labor is exploited by others. You bring forward the traditional bias of the slave regime to the modern conditions, that the Negro did not exist in his own right and for his own sake, but for the benefit of the white man. The principles of it's as false in nature as it is in morals. Naturalists tell us that throughout all ranges of animal creation, there is found no creature which exists for the sake of any other, but each striving after its own best welfare. Do you fear that the Negro's welfare is incompatible with that of the white man? I commend you to a careful perusal of the words of Mr. E. Gardner Murphy, who, like yourself, is a devoted Southerner and equally zealous to promote the highest interests of that section. Quote, have prosperity, peace, and happiness ever been successfully or permanently based upon indolence, inefficiency, and hopelessness? Since time began, has any human thing that God has made taken damage to itself or brought damage to the world through knowledge, truth, hope, and honest toil? Close quotes. Read these words to your fellow Southerners, Mr. Dixon, and meditate upon them, that you will do good as the truth doeth upright in the heart. You quote me as having a favor of amalgamation of the races. A more careful reading of the article referred to would have convinced you that I was arguing against the amalgamation as a probable solution to the race problem. I merely stated the intellectual conviction that the two races cannot live indefinitely side by side under the same general regime without ultimately fusing. This is merely an expression of belief and not an utterance of a preference nor a formulation of a policy. I know of no colored man who advocates for amalgamation as a feasible policy of solution. You are mistaken. The Negro does not hope and dream of amalgamation. This would be stultification with a vengeance. If such a policy were allowed to dominate the imagination of the colored race, its women would give themselves over to the unrestrained passions of white men and quest for tawny offspring, which would give rise to an indescribable moral debauchery. At the same time, you would hardly expect the Negro in derogation of his common human qualities to proclaim that he is so diverse from God's other human creatures as to make blending of other races contrary to the law of nature. The Negro refuses to become excited or share your frenzy on this subject. The amalgamation of the races is an ultimate possibility, though not an immediate probability. But what have you and I to do with the ultimate question anyway? Our concern is with duty, not destiny. There are statisticians who can tell you to the tick of a clock when the last ton of coal in the bowels of the earth will be consumed, but you will not lower the temperature of your sitting room 1 degree next winter in view of that ultimate contingency. The exhaustion of solar heat is within the purview of astronomical calculation, and yet we eat and drink and make merry in the supreme indifference of that far-off calamitous event. Do you not suppose that future generations will have wisdom adequate to the problems of their day? We certainly have no surplus wisdom to advance them. Sufficient unto the day is the ignorance thereof. Your frantic dread of amalgamation reminds me of those religionists who would frighten a heedless world into the belief that the end is at hand. It is conceivable that you voluntarily unfrocked yourself as a priest of God, where your function was to save the individual soul from punishment in the next world, in order that you might then more effectively warn your race to flee from amalgamation as from the wrath to come. But do you know, Mr. Dixon, that you're probably the foremost promoter of amalgamation between the two oceans. Wherever you narrow the scope of the Negro preaching the doctrine of hate, you drive thousands of persons of the lighter hue over to the white race, carrying more or less Negro blood in their train. The blending of the races is less likely to take place if the self respect and manly opportunity of the Negro are respected and encouraged than if he is forever to be crushed beneath the level of his faculties for the dread of the fancied result. Hundreds of the composite progeny are daily crossing the color line and carrying as much of the despised blood as the umbilicant skin can conceal without betrayal. I believe it was the Congressman Tillman, brother the more famous senator of that name, who stated on the floor of the Constitutional Convention of South Carolina that he knew of 400 white families in the state who had a taint of Negro blood in their veins. I personally know of 50 cases of transition in the city of Washington. It is a momentous thing for one to change one's caste. The man or woman who affects to deny, ignore, or scorn the class with whom he is previously associated is usually deemed deficient in the nobler qualities of human nature. It is not conceivable that persons of this class will undergo the self-degradation and humiliation of soul necessary to cross the great social divide, unless it be to escape for themselves and their descendants an odious and despised status. Your oft expressed and passionate avowed belief that the progressive development of the Negro would hasten the amalgamation is not borne out by the facts of observation. The refined and cultivated class among the colored people are as much disinclined to such unions as the whites themselves. I am sorry that you saw fit to characterize Frederick Douglass as a bombastic vituperator. You thereby gave poignant offense to 10 millions of his race who regard him as the best embodiment of their possibilities. Besides, millions of your race rate him among the foremost and best beloved of Americans. How would you feel if someone were to stigmatize Jefferson Davis or Robert E. Lee in such language, these beau ideas of your Southern heart? But I would not undertake to defend Frederick Douglass against your calumniations. I'm frank to confess that I do not feel that he needs it. The point I have in mind to make about Mr. Douglass is that he has a hold upon the affection of his race, not on account of his second marriage, but in spite of it. He seriously affected his standing with his people by that marriage. Frederick Douglass's second wife was white, and dude is saying we weren't feeling it. Degradation would soonest lead to race blending through illicitness. Had the institution of slavery existed for another century without fresh African importation, there would have scarcely had remained an unbleached Negro on the continent. The best possible evidence of that development of self-respect does not lead to amalgamation is furnished by Oberlin College in Ohio and Berea College in Kentucky. These institutions have had thousands of students of two races, male and female, associated in terms of personal equality, mutual respect, and goodwill. And yet in all these years, not a single case of miscegenation has resulted. Contrast this record with the concubinage of Southern plantation and the illicit relations of the city slum, and it is easy to see where the chief stress would be placed on by those who frantically dread race admixture. It seems to me, Mr. Dixon, that this frantic abhorrence of amalgamation is a little late in its appearance. Whence comes the stream of white blood which flows with more or less spicitude in the veins of some 6 out of 10 million Negroes? It is due to the bleaching breath of Saxon civilization. The Afro-American is hardly a Negro at all, but a new creature. Who brought about this present approachment between the races? Do you not appreciate the inconsistency in the attitude and the action on the part of many loudmouth advocates of race purity? It is said that the old father Kronos devoured his offspring in order to forestall future complications. But We do not learn that he put a bridle upon his passion as the surest means of security. The most effective service you can render to check the evil of amalgamation is to do missionary work among the males of your own race. This strenuous advocacy of race purity in the face of the proven proneness for miscegenation affords a striking reminder of the lines of Hudibras. The self same thing they will abhor one way and long another for. I beg now to call your attention to one or two statements of fact. You state that only 1/3 of the cotton crop today is raised by Negro labor. I would like to ask, what is your authority for that statement? According to the 12th census, the latest available data on the subject, out of a total cotton crop of 9,534,707 bales for 1899, the Negro proprietors alone produced 3,707,881 bales, or 39% of the total crop. There were 746,715 such proprietors against 1,418,343 Negro agricultural laborers. If we suppose these hired laborers were efficient as the more independent tenants, it will be seen that instead of raising only 1/3, the Negroes' immediate labor produced practically all of the cotton crop in the South. Again, you say we've spent $800 million on Negro education since the war. This statement is very wide of the mark that I was disposed to regard as a misprint. If you had not reinforced it with the application of implying a like amount and the report of the Bureau of Education for 1901, the estimated expenditure for Negro education and all the former slave states since the Civil War was put down at $121,184,568. The amount contributed by Northern philanthropy during that interval is variously estimated from 50 to 75 millions. Your estimate is 4 times too large. Dr. Miller was a mathematician. He caught him in a lie, as they always lie. DEI, blacks get 2% and we get all the hate. This never changes, people. Your estimate is 4 times too large. It would be interesting and informing to the world if you would reveal the source of your information. These misstatements of fact are not of so much importance in themselves as that they serve to warn the reader against the accuracy and value of your general judgments. It would seem that you derive your figures of arithmetic from the same source which you fashion your figures of speech. You will not blame the reader for not paying much heed to your sweeping generalizations when you are at such a little pains to the accuracy of easily ascertainable data. Your proposed solution to the race problem by colonizing the Negroes in Liberia reaches a climax of absurdity. It is difficult to see such a proposition could emanate from a man of your reputation. Did you consult Cram's atlas about Liberia? Please do so. You'll find it has an area of 48,000 square miles, a population of 1.5 million natives and immigrants. The area and the population are about the same as those of North Carolina, which I believe is your native state. When you tell us that this restricted area without commerce, without manufacture, without any system of organized industry, can support every Negro in America in addition to its present population, I beg mildly to suggest that you recall your plan for revision before submitting it to the judgment of a critical world. Your absolute indifference to the facts and your heedlessness of the circumstances and conditions involved in the scheme of colonization well befit the absurdity of the general proposition. The solution of the race problem in America is indeed a grave and serious matter. It is one that calls for statesmanlike breadth of view, philanthropic tolerance of spirit, and exact social knowledge. The whole spirit of your propaganda is to add to its intensity and aggravation. You stir up the slumbering fires of race wrath into uncontrollable flame. I've read somewhere that Nordau, reading the leopard spots, wrote to you suggesting the awful responsibility you had assumed in stirring up enmity between the race and race. Your teachings subvert the foundations of law and establish order. You are the high priest of lawlessness, the prophet of anarchy. Rudyard Kipling places his sentiments in the mouth of a reckless stealer of the seals in the Northern Sea. There's never a law of God nor man runs north of 53. This description exactly fits the brand of literature with which you are flooding the public. You openly urge your fellow citizens to override all law, human and divine. Are you aware of the force and effect of these words? Could fatuity reach a sublimer height than in the idea that the white man will stand idly by and see the performance? What will he do to put to the test? He will do exactly what his white neighbor in the North does when a Negro threatens his bread. He will kill him. These words breathe out hatred and slaughter and suggest the murder of innocent men. And their only crime is the quest for God-given right to work. He's talking about black folks moving north trying to find jobs, and that these people are advocating for mass violence, mass murder of black people. Times haven't changed much. Whose only crime is the quest for God-given right to work. You poison the mind and pollute the imagination through the subtle influence of literature. Are you aware of the force and effect of evil suggestion when the passions of men are in a state of unstable equilibrium? A heterogeneous population where the elements are on any account easily distinguishable is an easy prey for the promoter of wrath. The fuse is already prepared for the spark. The soul of the mob is stirred by the suggestion of hatred and slaughter, as a famished beast at the smell of blood. Hatred is the ever-handy dynamic of the demagogue. The rabble responds much more readily to an appeal to passion than to reason. To stir wantonly fires the race antipathy as an execrable deed, as flaunting a red flag in the face of a bull at a summer's picnic, or raising the false cry of fire in a crowded house. Human society could not exist 1 hour except on the basis of law, which holds the baser passions of men in restraint. In our complex situation, it is only the rigid observance of the law, reinforced by higher moral restraint, that can keep these passions in bound. You speak about giving the Negro a square deal. Even among the gamblers, a square deal means to play according to the rules of the game. The rules which all civilized states have set for themselves are found in the Ten Commandments, the Golden Rule, the Sermon on the Mount, and the organic law of the land. You acknowledge no such restraints when the Negro is involved, but wave them all aside with frenzied defiance. You preside over every crossroad lynching of a helpless victim. Wherever the midnight murderer rides with the rope and torch in the quest of the blood of his black brother, you ride by his side. Wherever the cries of a crucified victim goes up to God from the crackling flame, behold, you are there. When women and children, drunk with ghoulish glee, dance around the funeral pyre and mock the death groans of their fellow man and fight for the ghastly souvenirs, you have your part in the inspiration of it all. When guilefully guided workmen, mine and shop and factory, goaded by a real or imaginary sense of wrong, begin to plunder and pillage property and murder of rival men, your suggestion is a justifier of dastardly doings. Lawlessness is gnawing at the very vitals of our institutions. It is the supreme duty of every enlightened mind to lay rather than spur on this spirit. You are hastening the time when there is to be a positive and emphatic show of hands, not of white hands against black hands, God forbid, not of northern hands against southern hands, heaven forfend, but a determined show of those that believe in the law and God and constituted order against those who would undermine and destroy the organic basis of society, involving all in common ruin. No wonder Max Nordau exclaimed, God, man, are you aware of your responsibility? But you do not think, Mr. Dixon, that when you evoke the evil spirit, that you can exercise it at will. The Negro in the end will be the least of his victims. Those who become inoculated with the virus of race hatred are more unfortunate than its victims. Voltaire tells us that it's more difficult and more meritorious to wean men of their prejudice than it is to civilize the barbarian. Race hatred is the most malignant poison that can afflict the mind. It freezes up the front of inspiration and chills the higher faculties of the soul. You are the greater enemy to your own race than you are to mine. Permit me to close this letter with the citation from Goldsmith's Elegy of a Mad Dog. Please note the reference is descriptive and prophetic of the fate of the wreckers of wrath and the victims of it. This man and dog at first were friends. But when a pique began, the dog, to gain some private ends, went mad and bit the man. Around from all the neighbor streets, the wandering neighbors ran, and swore the dog had lost his wits to bite so good a man. The wound it seemed both sore and sad to every Christian eye, and while they swore the dog was mad, they swore the man would die. But soon a wonder came to light that showed the rogue they lied. The man had recovered of the bite. It was the dog that died. I have written you fully in order that you may clearly understand how the case lies in the Negro's mind. If any show of feelings or bitterness of spirit crops out in my treatment of the subject, or between the lines, my letter is at least a wholly without vindictive intent, but is an inevitable outcome of the dealings with issues that verge upon the deepest human passion. Thoughts. That was Kelly Miller telling off the guy who wrote the book that resulted in the film Birth of a Nation that caused thousands of black people to die and lose everything. Rosewood, Black Wall Street, East St. Louis, Omaha. There were violence all over the country in 1919, violence here in Washington. Thoughts? How do you feel about Kelly Miller? Who liked this? Okay. I'm wondering, and I think that's 30. Okay. No responses, but that's okay. I'm going to put a pause in Miller, but dude laid his ass out. We're having the same discussions now. I want to read something else. I'm going to get one thing. Give me exactly a second. I'm going to just put my brace on so I can sit up. And give me exactly a couple seconds. And I'll be right back. I'm going to talk about population. Kelly Miller breaks down in the next portion I'll read how they lie about how many black people there are in this country. If you're one of those morons out there that thinks there are just 45 million black people in this country, you're stupid. I would say that we may be 60 million, 70 million people, or 75, maybe even 80. And this is why we're going to have problems. The numbers are never, ever right. Let me put my brace on. I'll be right back, and we're going to look at the statistical enumerations in the Negro census. This still goes on today where people refuse to give an accurate count of black people in America. Here in Washington, they tried to say that black people are like 45%. It's 51 or more. And that's with every way to drive people out to ruin everything. Black folks are still the largest group in DC with the most intense gentrification program in the country. Our biggest problem is that we kill babies. They tricked us, feminism and eugenics, and our divine nine, our boule, our Luciferian witches like Gayle King and Oprah Winfrey. and I traitor black churches support the mass murder of black children. I would suggest that the declining value of life in our community has more to do with us embracing abortion than anything. Abortion is murder, abortion is slow genocide, abortion messes people up, it causes breast cancer and other things. I don't care what anyone says. Abortion is wrong, it's murder. If you did it, you made a sacrifice to Satan, you need to repent. Yeah, I don't care who I offend, it's murder. And if you're, what is it, an abortion clinic getaway driver, sorry ass black man that can't man up, stop fucking if you don't want to be a father. That's my answer. I'll be right back. And ladies, stop fucking if you don't want to be moms. Okay, we're back, we're back, we're back. Okay, here we go. All right, let me go back to war. And yes, I stand by what I said. If you're a pork chop feminist, I don't care. Abortion's murder. Abortion is the greatest enemy that black people have in this country. I hate it. If all the abortion clinics were destroyed tomorrow, they all burned down, I'd be happy. I'm not saying burn one, but if they all destroyed, I hate abortion. It's a sneaky plot to wipe us out. I hate it. And birth control, there are other ways. You don't want nothing to come out, don't stick nothing up there. That's how I feel about it. Thank you very much. I couldn't care a damn. Who doesn't like it? Get off my platform. Abortion's murder. I said so. Hate that shit. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. And y'all should hate it too. Wonder why they got all these illegals up here replacing us? Because we've been killing our kids. We're the greatest enemies to our own survival. I hate abortion. Y'all can get up off here. I don't care. If you're pro-abortion, you're stupid. You're an agent of the devil and white supremacy. All of you. Abortion's murder. It will always be murder. If you murder the baby, if you're an accessory, if you're one of those weak-ass dudes that had your kids killed, you need to ask God for forgiveness. All this sex out here, all these diseases, all this mess out here, it's made us weaker, this behavior in our community. I'm going to keep it real today. I don't care. I don't give two damns about no feminism. I hate feminism. I hate that shit. Lucky, man. The patriarchs, we're gonna shut these holes now, nigga. And all the faggots, all the weak ass black men out here who don't want to man up. Your kids are dead. You don't have no legacy. May not have any children, but I never had any of my children killed. Okay? Abortion's murder. So I made some enemies tonight. Wonderful. Change glasses. I like these better. Let me go to this one here. Kelly Miller, he was awesome. I should read this one. This is short, too. You know what? I'll treat you to a real short one by Kelly Miller. This pertains, we just had an election. And this is real short. And they're saying the same things. Okay. No, I'll just do the population thing. All right. From his 1924, 25, or somewhere between that. Let me check. Let me see if I can make certain I got everlasting stain right. I don't want to get it wrong because I'd like to give you the actual facts. I know I have it. Okay. Yeah, it came out in 23 or 24. So yeah, this is from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, they were talking about the fraud in the census. We have another census coming in 5 years, and they're really going to lie about how many of us there are. It's wishful thinking that we're dying off, and that's why they push abortion so hard. They're crying over these illegal kids being sent back and celebrate every dead black baby in this country. Do y'all not hear or see this? Let me go back to reading. From Everlasting Stain by Kelly Miller. This is chapter 13, Enumeration Errors in the Negro Population. This is talking about the fraud. The government lies. It's been lying about how many of us there are. They don't know. Don't want to know. They're afraid. All this panic-ass behavior you see everywhere, it's afraid that, like what Kelly Miller was saying, eventually black folk would catch up. Black folks would catch up and end up being equal to or better than the other people. Understand how fearful that is. If people have been messing over other people, they don't want us to make it. Anyway, again, enumeration errors in the Negro population. The Bureau of the Census was established for the purpose of enumerating the population of the United States for the collection and coalition of other statistical data bearing on the social welfare of the nation. The government bases its calculations upon the information furnished by this Bureau. The ratio of congressional representation, military conscription, and other federal regulations is based upon the census enumeration within the limits of several states. Publicists and social philosophers base their conclusions upon the same data. It is therefore a matter of the greatest importance that the enumeration should be reliable and trustworthy. The Bureau of the Census ranks as a scientific department of the government. Constant repeated errors of this Bureau tend to impeach its scientific reputation And this shaped the conclusions based upon its output. He's basically saying the white folks are liars. Numerous complaints have been made by competent critics, not only repudiating the results, but also impugning the motives. Manipulation on behalf of sectional partisan advantage has been freely charged. Sectional, this is going to relate to the South. Senator Roger Q. Mills, in his article in the Forum, bitterly complained that the South was deprived of its due quota of representation by the imperfection of the enumeration of 1890. It means that they're not getting as many people in Congress. The result of undercounting Black people who they didn't want to vote, but they still wanted representation just like they had under slavery, was costing them political power. That's in 1890. Indeed, the alleged inaccuracies of the 11th census provoked a flood of condemnatory literature. Various enumerations of the Negro population by the Census Office since 1860 have not been very flattering to the scientific reputation of the Bureau. Since they started counting us, they had it wrong, he's saying. These enumerations have not only been inherently erroneous, but so conflicting and inconsistent as to demand calculated corrections. It may be taken for granted that the enumerations up to 1860 were reasonably accurate or reliable. Now, I'm going to differ with him there. Why? If you pay taxes based on your slaves, we know people cheat on taxes, right? People lie on taxes. These people lie about everything else, lie about how many kids they have, lie about the slaves they rape. Why would you, if you own 30 slaves and didn't want to pay taxes on them, right? Wouldn't you say 20 and keep the money or give them to somebody else? So just think about it. If people lie on their taxes, if you've worked off the books, if any of you had a side job and didn't pay taxes, if you understand the most valuable property in America with Black people prior to the end of the Civil War, if they said that there were 4 million enslaved people and they were paying taxes on them, do you really think that they would tell the truth about every single solitary one when it's the richest people that never pay their share of taxes in this country? Do you really think it was just 4 million? Do you believe what they say? Were there any injuries from the vaccines? Did we really want 20 million people to come in the country and we could take care of them no matter how they came here? Do you believe what these damn people tell you? Wake the hell up. There are more of us than what they say. This is known. This is why they're guns. This is why they're prisons. This is why they're abortions. This is why they sterilize people. This is why they got all you silly ass Black women on Depo-Provera and they're killing you. And anybody that tries to tell you, like me, they marginalize or make us out to be crazy. The birth control pill that they give is high dose for you, which gives you cancer and kills you. It's all about, they don't ever want there to be so many of us if it came down to a fight. Because the old school thing, forgive me for coming off script for a second, white folk would gang up, huge number of white folks would come and attack 1 or 2 Black people and just overwhelm them with numbers. We could be in the wrong, but we got more guns and more people, therefore they really can't fight back. That's where they want genocide and massacres and cleansings and erasures. They don't want a real fight. Anglo-Saxons don't fight. They genocide, they massacre, they cleanse, they use proxies, and they attack unarmed people and say they're the great fighters. But in particular, we got to keep those numbers down. I'm going to say one more thing, I'm going to stop. I need to remind everybody. The greatest impediment to the Constitution that everybody screams about, what was stopping them from approving the Constitution back in 1787? Their concern was the Black population. They couldn't even get the Constitution. All this, we love the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution, our sacred Constitution. They didn't even like the damn Constitution until their Constitution, one of the agreements is that the importation of people from Africa was to end in 1808. I had 20 years more to bring niggas, and that's it. We don't want to lose this country to those people. They keep telling you, as Thomas Dixon and all these, as Kevin Miller was dismissing Black people's value, all the while being afraid of the value. Because we're a captive people, a captive nation. We're prisoners of war. We're treated this way. I don't care who doesn't like me saying it. So it may be taken for granted that the enumerations up to 1860 were reasonably accurate and reliable. I disagree with that because I have relatives, I do genealogy where people are different races between the censuses. Sometimes I can't figure out what's going on in my own damn family. I thought they were Black. And my family in 1870 was white here in Washington, D.C. In 1880, they're mulatto again. Okay, it is these people, if you believe what they say, you deserve the slavery, the neo-slavery that you got right now. They lie about everything. Negroes up to that time were in a state of slave. Oh, I left something out. You had tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Black people who were runaways, tens of thousands of people were runaways, hiding, pretending, doing all kinds of stuff in the woods, the swamps. They don't know. And a lot of people were Indian who later ended up being, they don't have any idea. They don't want to know. So I disagree with him. He's trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. We need to stop doing that. We need to assume that people are liars and everything is based upon deceit and manipulation and fraud in order to be ahead of the game to keep us down. And they'll tell any lie. As Kelly Miller was saying, every time he would catch Tom Watson and Dixon on the leopard spots, the Klansmen, Birth of a Nation, right? That they'll just tell it because we want everything. We're white, we're in control, we got guns, we took everything. It's our country, go back to Africa. That's how they operate. If you don't go back to Africa, I'll kill you. Everything is about coercion, violence, and force. And can talk all this lofty constitutional shit. It never applies to them when it comes down to how we're treated. It's freaky when it happens. The Negroes up to that time were in a state of slavery, and the master merely had to hand the list of his slaves to the enumerator, just as he would list the cattle or other forms of chattel. There was every facility and every reason for accurate returns. I disagree. The Negro population up to 1860 was inflated by the importation of slaves from Africa, and consequently, it was impossible to check the accuracy of the count by ordinary statistical tests. Now we're saying the same shit because as many tens of thousands of people from Africa were smuggled into this country between 1808 and 1863. The last ship, the flotilla, was down in Mobile, Alabama, which meant they don't know how many people were brought into this country from 1808 to 1863. That's a long ass time, even if it's just a few thousand a year. I mean, if it were 10,000 a year, somebody do the math. If they brought in 10,000 Black folk in a year, what's that? Let's just start from 1808, 1918, that's 100,000. 1928, right? That's 200,000. 38, 300,000. 48, 400,000. 58, 500,000. If it was 10,000 a year, they could have brought in 500,000 people from Africa. If it was 5,000, it's 250,000. That's a lot of people, even today. They don't know. And there would be every reason for them to bring in people in huge numbers. Why? The most valuable commodity in the world from about 1820 into the 1870s was cotton. And America was the leading producer of it. They needed people to pick it. They did breed people like animals. Even that, if you had a breeder farm, ask yourself, if you had a whole bunch of black women pregnant with babies, because you have a breeding farm, right? And you've got about 10, 12 sisters pregnant on your plantation, do you really think if those babies were about to be born, or if those babies were just born or whatever, that they're going to make it to the census? Do you think everyone's going to tell that? No. Negro population was inflated, right? Beginning, however, with the census of 1870, and that's what I do. I do genealogy, and start next month, tomorrow. Got a funeral, so I'm going to go back to doing research. I got to get back with people and do research for people. It's lots of fun, and I'm going to be doing a sale. I'm going to like be doing it cheaply. It'll be fun. I need to just be in there. Um, so 1870 is the first real census, which is still flawed with information where you have any idea of the name states where they're not just giving your and the it's called the slave schedule for 1850 and 1860. You can get a slave schedule, and that says how many black people or mulattoes, whatever, they owned, right? So, and some of the censuses would say how many slaves were here or there, but not all of them. But you had a federal slave schedule for 1850 and 1860. So went through that to trace my great grandfather, Jeremiah Sellers, down in Wilkes County, Georgia, and Lincoln County, Georgia. All my family's down in Northeast Georgia, all those counties, Richmond, all of that. You could only see their numbers and their sex, and sometimes you had an idea if they were light skinned or dark skinned because they'd have mulatto or black or colored or something. Okay, the census of 1870, this population had been cut off from outside reinforcement and has had to depend on the inherent productivity for growth and expansion. So, Black American people have not had other people supplement our numbers, not really, since the 1860s. Other people have had other people. So whatever productivity tends to be what we bust out, which is why they push abortion so much. So our numbers will go down and black folks will die off and everybody will be happy, including sellout trader coons like Oprah Winfrey, who's never had a child. It therefore becomes an easy matter to apply the ordinary statistical checks to test the accuracy of enumeration. In other words, now that they are not smuggling people into the country, and now that these people can talk to the enumerators themselves, if the enumerators actually talk to black people themselves. I mean, some of us have never seen a census person in our lives, so we don't know who they're talking to. All right. And some of this stuff is done by sampling. So, even now, I don't believe in it. But what it's saying is 1870 was it. And here's the thing that's interesting. There's a chance that they may get information. But remember, if I hate black people, I don't want to touch or be around black folks, and all your census people are probably going to be white. Why would a black person that hate black people want to come in the house, touch black people, even talk to them? Really? They don't want to do that now. Again? Okay. I'll wait. It therefore becomes an easy matter to apply ordinary statistical checks to test the accuracy of the enumeration. It is conceded that the enumerations of 1860, 1880, 1900, and 1910 were accurate within the allowable limit of error. What he's saying is that there were 4 censuses that it's more or less they may have been okay. According to these enumeration, the growth was more or less normal and regular and conformed to the requirements of statistical expectation. That means that there are 4 censuses where the numbers seem okay. The math was mathing. But the enumerations of 1870, remember, black people got the right to vote and began voting in 1868. Do you really think those racist devils down south were going to count now that Negroes could vote and do stuff against their interests, that the numbers are going to be as accurate? Think about it. The South is still smoldering flames from the Civil War. Do you think a Confederate, a white supremacist, racist Klansman is going to give a fair count of black people who they don't? In fact, you don't want to give a good census number because it'll show how many people they kill. And they killed thousands of black people in 1868. And Louisiana and states across the South, an enumeration might expose many genocides. Yes, I said it just like that. So the enumerations of 1870, 1890, what happens midway in 1890, just about Plessy, and also what happens between 1870 and 1890, slaughterhouse cases as they began to overturn all the rights that black people supposedly had with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which culminates in the Plessy trial in 1896. And 1920. 1920, remember? Red Scare summer, all the violence, neighborhoods, killings, so forth. Whites mad about black folks fighting the military. Blacks are fleeing racial problems and moving to the north. And they're moving to areas where there are no services for black people in the ghettos and the Midwest, the northern cities, west. Are y'all getting me? Again, 1870, 1890, 1920. And who's president in 1920? Who segregated? The United States Civil Service and the Census Bureau. None other than segregationist and admirer of Tom Watson and D.W. Griffith, who premiered The Birth of a Nation at the White House. None other than racist ass Woodrow Wilson, who hated black people. So the census under Wilson, do you really think it was going to be fair? When Woodrow Wilson and them were into this book by Madison Grant, The Passing of a Great Race and the Rising Tide of Color, and that they didn't want them to be black people and eugenics was a big thing and black people needed to die off. And these people are the ones doing the census, people. And these are all key decades. What does he say? But the enumerations of 1870, 1890, and 1920 are so flagrantly discrepant as to demand special explanation and correction. In other words, he's saying that these were fucked. And why am I saying it? Because we're 105 years from the 1920 census, and the census of today is in part based on a fucked up census from 1920, 1890, and 1870. Think about this. And it's all about there being too many black people. And what are they doing as a build up to 2030? All these illegals that they let in, that they've been allowed to vote, to have housing, to have SNAP, to have Medicaid, Medicare, all of this to change, to offset what? Our black asses. That's what this is about. They're too many. Benjamin Franklin was bitching about this in the 1750s. Special explanation and correction. This is a mathematician. This is a PhD in math. He's like, this can't be. How the fuck they get these numbers? They pulled them out of their ass, like they pulled that vaccine out of their ass. And some of y'all are not doing too well. Y'all trusted. You trust. Hate one another. Hate God. Want to kill babies. Think of vagina as a penis. An anus as a vagina. Shit. I mean, damn, black folks. We're in the toilet. God help us. God help us, man. A miscount at one enumeration upsets the balance for 2 decades. By the way, there was a protest against the inaccuracy of what? The 1990 census. And there was a problem with the 1980 census. And there was a problem with the 1970 census. And the Kerner Commission study, I was just reading that last night, acknowledged their own government's document that as much as 20% of the Black population gets missed in the census easily. So if they said there were 26 million Black people in the 1960s, then they missed 2.5 million people. And yet you won't see a number close to the 25, 26 plus the 2 million. You don't see that number till 1980, 15, 16 years later. This is wild. And you know what? I fucking hate the Congressional Black Caucus and all the elected niggas in this country. Don't even demand a fair counting of how many of us there are in this country, but can pass laws to protect Asians and help illegals, and don't even get a count for people that vote for their Black asses. Those are the predominantly Black districts. This is sick. The NACP doesn't do it. It used to be, I think, in the 80s and 90s, some of the mayors, Black, and you know what? Under Bush, they said that the people couldn't sue. And under Reagan, they said that the Black mayors could not challenge the census. They systematically undercounted the number of Black people in the cities and took money that Blacks paid into taxes and allocated it to white people in the suburbs. It represents a theft of our resources given to other people, and we're told how bad and no good we are and how we don't have this and there's no money in the Black, because you fucking take it all. And you lie about stuff. And the only time you care about Black numbers is when you have a war to send people off to die somewhere. And who doesn't get the VA benefits? You know, Black vets don't get shit. They're disproportionately homeless. These are people that suffer, bleed, and die for white folks. And the thanks they get is a homeless out in the streets hungry. Before we even get around to reparations, people, we need to know how many of us are even fucking here in the country. And I'm going to repeat the story I keep telling you. There are a whole lot of people who don't look like you and me. As Kelly Miller was saying, there are a whole lot of people that know they ain't white who are out there, and they're in the millions. I always tease my cousin about a branch of my family that moved up to New England to be white people, and they found that they hated the food, they hated the people, and they came back down south to be Black. And as it is a custom for the high yellow people in my family, is that people tend to marry very dark. What happened is they were working somewhere in Boston, somewhere, and person just kept saying nigger, nigger. And it was like killing my cousin just hear the first say nigger one time. Beat someone's ass if I hear nigger. And so I'm just sitting there, and person like beat the shit out of somebody. I'm a fucking nigger. And the family had to move because they couldn't take it. It just bad food, bad music, they're nasty, bad habits, all this stuff. They couldn't take being a white piece of shit. I'd just be a nigga. Damn, I'm gonna move down south. Let me be segregated. God, get me away from these people. Right? And my grandfather says, shit, I'm tired of people asking me if I'm white. I'm a married bitch out the cotton fields. Now, ask what my kids are. There are a whole lot of people faking Black in this country. We may be 100 million people in this country. That's why they only care about what we do. All right, let me keep reading. I just have to make this real to y'all. So it's 2 decades. When you mess up one, it's 2 decades. So if they messed up In fact, the number of black people that they said were in America in 1980 was about 25 million, which was the number we had in the 1960s, which meant they cut out, they just completely blew off everybody born between basically almost everybody born between, say, 1960 and 1979. They found some way to make all those people disappear. And let me remind you, the baby boom went at least 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. 65 isn't a boomer year, but it's my year, right? Which means they found some way to do this. They made it like 22 million. Whatever they came up with some number, they pulled out their ass. And then when we got to the 80s, it was about 20, 26, 27, something like that. And then we got to the 90s. I think it about broke 30. Then it got to about 2000. It was about 35. Then it got to about 2010. It hit about 40 something. And they're just dicking around with the damn numbers. These people are terrified that one day Black planet may not get that, but you may get a black country. Not that we even think that way. But when you're obsessed with the fact that you fucked over a dog people, that you might be outnumbered. And like I said, you can be as racist as you want to be. When you get old and you're in one of those assisted living places, and you know white folk don't like to help nobody, not certain type of white don't want to serve nobody. When white folk can't wait for their parents to die half the time to get the money and shit. You know, if I were a bastard nigga, my mother would have died in the hospital. And I don't want a house. I don't want a few acres. No, I love my mom. My mother could get on my nerves and shit, but it's my mom. I love my mother. I but it's a house or two. It's probably it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's that doesn't mean as much to me as family, my mother, the person I came out of. Little motherfuckers in the hospital think I'm gonna tell them not to resuscitate my mother. Fuck that. I didn't say it. She can say she doesn't want me to. Hell, keep mama's ass here as long as she's breathing. Okay. She'll have to pull her own plug. I'm not gonna do it. That's how a lot of us are. Now, some of you fake niggas are into eugenics. Some of y'all are into euthanasia and want to kill your parents. You little piece of shit motherfuckers that want to sell the house and you're not about nothing. There are a lot of scum ass, no good, ungrateful black bastards out there that don't like their parents, that can't wait for them to die. Now, we bitch about white people, but we copy the worst shit that white people do. We're now even better than they are. They barbecued. A black woman, her daughter, chainsawed and barbecued a black mother out in Prince George's County. Those fake ass niggas in Prince George's County, Maryland. Y'all are fake as shit. And now they're cutting the government jobs. I'm saying those niggas got more blues than Mississippi. My mother, I'm with my mom. That's why y'all ain't see me. And I stayed in the hospital 28 and a half days. We both gonna die in the hospital. We both gonna come out alive. They meant to kill my mother up in there. No food and water for about 8 days. That's to help her live. Shit, I don't believe. Look, I believe in God, right? All the cussing aside, okay. There's a war against us. It's time that we acknowledge it. I would not preach hatred against anyone. I tell anybody, like I said, on all sides of the family, we got high level people, people who are clearly, God, more white than black. I don't hate white folk. I'm honest with people. I'm like, what? Not that it does anything like what, a fourth or fifth white. I can't. I wasn't there to like cock block anybody. You get what you get in your heritage. So I would hate myself if I just hated people because they're white. I'm not going to get into that. I identify as black. I always have. Okay. And the other people in my family that could pass for white identified as black when it was more advantageous to lie. Most we did have some that moved out west to hide to pretend to be white people. Uh, I had a white dude. He lives in Eugene, Oregon, who who may be dead. He may have had a COVID shot. He was my cousin and close in too. I think he found out that he was black. They stopped calling me because he's trying to find his family. Says, ma'am, I got tired of the woman asking me all these questions. I said, you know what? I know how to stop them from asking questions. I'm gonna tell this bitch the truth. Says, ma'am, we're black. Man, oh, well, that's not a problem. It's like, sure it ain't. Haven't heard from them since. This guy learned he was a nigga when he was in his 80s. He didn't want to know. He was just. There are millions of people who think that they're white and you ain't. They know this shit. They're outnumbered. And if they do this racial purity thing, I don't know. They're gonna have to like whack a whole lot of white folk or find themselves on the wrong side of the color line. Because now it's not just what you look like. They can say, excuse me, I need to prick your finger or have some saliva from your ass. And if they see anything black, one drop rule, baby. You a nigga too. It's gonna be shocking. There may be and I do a DNA stuff. I look, and there are all these relatives of mine in Ohio. They look like stone white people. Their DNA 60% African, 70% African, looking fucked up like Arnold Schwarzenegger, just looking like Hillary Clinton. And by the way, they do not contact. In other words, I don't want any of my black family to like out me, and that's real shit. I had a book I pulled out the other day that was talking about housing segregation. Here it is. I'm gonna go back to the book in a second. I just want to pull up a name because say to you that this is some real shit, and it's connected. All this racial stuff is connected to us, whether we think so or not. Whether you think so or not, okay? I don't care if you get it. I don't care if you get me. Here's a book. I just got it. And by the way, I still need to get a few more books. So y'all need to drop me some coins. Oh my God. But this book, Unjust Deeds, all I need to do is pull up, it's Hodge v. Heard. Let me see if I can find the name Gilligan. If I can find Gilligan Henry, 4851. Gilligan Henry was a white dude who didn't know a black person when he was looking at one. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna just take a second on here. All right. I'm gonna read a little bit of this and it's gonna get to my point. In fact, there's more to say, but I'm gonna just read a little of this and I'll come back. Because a lot of people, this has always been a problem. This is from Jeffrey Gonda's Unjust Deeds, Restrictive Covenant Cases and the Making of the Civil Rights Movement. It was a case from Washington, however, that revealed the covenant enforcement process in its greatest detail. That means Washington, D.C., where I live, even the house I'm in now, has a restricted covenant rule. I'm not supposed to live here because I'm black. The Shelley versus Kramer ruling from 1948, the Shelley cases in St. Louis, made it justifiable for me to live here. So 78 years, 77 years ago, I had no right to be in this house 77 years ago. Check this out. So Washington, D.C. had apartheid more tough than most places in the country. Again, it was the cases from Washington, however, that revealed the covenant enforcement process in its greatest detail. On Bryant Street, the street I grew up on, white homeowners were without an official organization to coordinate their efforts, and most of the legwork in implementing the covenant fell to a local real estate lawyer named Henry Gilligan, a zealous resident named Lena Hodge. Miss Hodge and her husband Frederick had moved to Washington from the Northeast and bought their home at 136 Bryant Street in 1909, shortly after its construction. I lived at 100 Bryant Street. It's on the same block. The newly built white-collar neighborhood had the added appeal of racial and ethnic homogeneity. Within the rules for the house, Black people couldn't even spend the night in that bitch. Even if you had maids, they had to leave. Makes her weird white. I mean, like Idaho white. As nearly all the local residents were native-born whites and at least second or third generation Americans, the Hodges admitted that they selected the property in part because of the racial restriction against African Americans were written into the deed. Though the neighborhood would lose its ethnic uniformity in the 1930s to a rapid influx of Italian and Assyrian immigrants, Lena and Frederick Hodge proved to be far more welcoming model minorities to these newcomers and the Black home seekers that took an interest in the homes along Bryant Street. Bryant Street runs parallel to Howard University and intersects Howard University. So professors and other people would want to live near that way you could literally walk to work. Bryant Street runs parallel to Macmillan Park, one of the few public parks that Black people could go to that's quite nice and beautiful. And there's like the reservoirs there, so there's water, it's real nice. And of course, they wanted no Black people there, right? In the decades after the Hodges first arrived, the couple, especially Mrs. Hodge, actively sought to defend and extend the block's racial regulations. When Black Americans began purchasing the uncovenanted houses at the very end of the block, my end of the block, I lived in a house owned by Dr. Turner, one of the prominent Black doctors in the city. And of course, they could afford it. This is rocking their world. Not only do they have to live near niggas, but rich niggas at that. Just saying. Began purchasing uncovenanted homes in the very block. Mrs. Hodge led an ultimately unsuccessful effort to establish a homeowners committee. It should be a white homeowners committee to create and enforce a new covenant for those residences. As she told it, when we first took this up, I was practically the only one concerned in it. After that time, she slowly became the nucleus of an organized effort to ensure that Bryant Street covenant remained intact. While she failed to restrict the additional homes, Mrs. Hodge fared much better in implementing the deed restrictions on the 20 houses that already had them. Over the years, some property owners had attempted to rent out. Remember I said you couldn't rent? Rent out their homes to Black tenants on various occasions, and in each instance, Mrs. Hodge discouraged the prospective renters from ever taking occupancy. In other words, niggas, y'all better go. We're calling the cops. I'm tired of this. I'm a white woman. I've spoken. Then in early 1944, not long after the Herds moved in, a Black family purchased the home at 152 Bryant. Mrs. Hodge immediately consulted with the local attorney, Henry Gilligan, and organized the meeting of the block's white homeowners. With some concerted pressure from Gilligan, they gave up ownership of the house without any trouble whatsoever. When asked how she became the leader of the neighborhood's exclusionary efforts, Mrs. Hodge remarked, "I don't know, it's just one of those things. I got into it." White feminists. White feminist nation, y'all. "I got into it, I guess, and as soon as the neighbors would hear or know of a colored person moving, they always called me. These are your feminist allies. Liar black women that got you killing your babies, hating black men, hating yourself, pretending that you're dudes." I mean, the goofiest people in this country right now are black women that think they know it all. They always called me. I simply assumed the responsibility, I guess, because they wanted me to. Nah, racist, you wanted to too. Mrs. Hodge took on the role of the organizer in rather haphazard circumstances, but embraced the responsibility with gusto. By the mid 1940s, she had fought covenant battles along her block for nearly 2 decades, becoming, as one local attorney called her, the big chief of the neighborhood. Like many local property owners fighting for racial exclusion, however, she actually retained a narrow sense of her obligation. When African Americans began purchasing the Adams Street homes on the block directly behind hers, Adams Street runs parallel to Bryant. You know how DC is set on grids, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And once it gets to the final letters, then you have 2-syllable letters that are alphabetical. So once you run through all the numbers, you get up to W Street because there's no Y, X, or Z streets in DC. So you get to W Street Northwest, and then you get Adams, and then you get Bryant. Got it? So the street running parallel, the niggas are coming. The niggas are coming. Okay. On the block directly behind her, she felt no need to engage since those people over there could do their own fighting. I was fighting for my own street and home. I felt like I had enough to think about and fight for my own street. Though she would fiercely defend the covenant on her block, the energy and the time of the organization enforcement required her to limit the extent of her concerns in the area. Indeed, her attitude was a common one, for apart from the national professional organizations like the NAREB, whose individual groups defended covenants. I got to look that up. What is the NARAB? I'll be able to tell you it's got to be some crusty racist group. So let's find out what they are so I can tell you. Okay, it's the National Association of Real Estate Boards. It sounds like it's nice and loving. It's about let's keep out niggas board. The NAREB, whose individuals and groups who defended covenants usually had limited ranges of interest that rarely extended beyond the neighborhoods or in most of the city in which they operated. For Ms. Hodge, protecting the restrictions on the stretch of 20 houses remained her only interest. While she reached out to people in the community, citizens organizations, or an executive committee of owners for help in preserving racial exclusion on her block, she refused to lend her support to efforts beyond the cross streets. Here we go. This is what I want to say, and I'm almost done. On the day that the Herds moved to 116 Bryant Street on May of 1944, 81 years ago, that was exactly, about 8 doors down from where I lived. Mrs. Hodge engaged in an informal interrogation of the new residents, approaching James Hurd as he brought his belongings into the house. This white woman, feminist, racist, policing. Racism is a war that's mom and pop by racist white men and racist white women. To all the stupid black men with their dicks in their hands thinking that a vagina makes you a friendly. You're stupid. You deserve the fate that Shannon Sharp gets. I hope she gets every penny. All of you guys that are stupid that think with their genitals deserve to be bankrupt. You're bankrupted anyway. As he brought his belongings to the house after conversing briefly with Mr. Hurd, Miss Hodge apparently informed him that it's just too bad because this may be a case of your having to move out because some other ones, black residents have moved out, have gone into these houses. She later recounted the lengthy conversation in which she admonished Mr. Hurd that there were lots of people along here who are elderly people and they will have to move probably if the covered come in. It will force them out. I don't want anything to force me out of my home. That is probably what you're going to do here. Despite Mr. Hurd's assurances that the neighborhood would find out that we will be as clean as a lot of white ones will, Mr. Hurd insisted, that wasn't the issue. The covenant has been violated, and this is the thing that we don't want to happen. When she returned home, she immediately called her collaborator in the covenant enforcement for nearly 20 years, Henry Gilligan. Okay. Henry Gilligan did not know that the Hurds weren't white. That's how they got the house. The people didn't know that they weren't white. Maybe they had some Billie Holiday records or something that Mrs. Hodge said, wait a minute. They're black. So she could barely tell. I mean, I'm hoping that you guys aren't black. I can't tell, right? That's the problem, people. A black American can be any color, any hair texture, any height. It ain't just what you look like. It's a culture. We're a spiritual nation that doesn't fit definitions. So this whole thing of trying to do everything, it's never going to work. In part, as Kelly Miller said, 60% of black people, according to his research, when he was talking to Thomas Dixon, were part white, even with all the segregation. God knows how many of us are whatever. You see what I'm saying? You're going to have a hard time policing things just on this color thing because it's not rational. It's stupid. It doesn't work. But that doesn't mean they won't keep trying. Right? Now, let's go back to Mr. Miller, or Dr. Kelly Miller, should I say. Various enumerations of the Negro population by the Census Office since 1860 have not been very flattering to the scientific reputation of the Bureau. In other words, it's no good. The books are cooked. These enumerations have been not only inherently erroneous, but so conflicting and inconsistent as to demand calculated corrections. It may be taken for granted. Wait a minute, I'm on the wrong page. Am I on the right page? No, I'm on the wrong page. We read this already. I'm over here. Forgive me. We're talking about the miscount at one enumeration upsets the balance for 2 decades. If it be an undercount, it makes the increase too small for the preceding decade. Okay, so if they jack up 1 decade by not putting enough black people in the census, then the following one, the projected increase doesn't make any sense. If it be an undercount, it makes the increase too small for the preceding decade, and if too large for the succeeding one. Accordingly, the only consecutive decades upon which we can rely on the accuracy concerning the growth of the Negro population would be from 1850 to 1860 and from 1900 to 1910. That means that the census of 1870, 1880, 1890, 1920. Out of 4 censuses, out of 8 censuses, 4 of them are completely inaccurate. In order to escape the obvious absurdities, the figures for the other decades must be supplied by recent interpolations. The mere exhibit of several enumerations by the Census Office will convince the student of their inherent improbability. In other words, if you just look at it, it's so stupid. And these, again, are DEI, all white men. They're all qualified and deserving. And they're fuck ups. They're all thumbs. I said so. So he has a table here, and it's a Negro population at each census and decennial increase from 1860 to 1920. Okay. They said that between 1850 and 1860, Black people increased by 22%. And the number of Blacks in 1860 was 4,441,830. And they increased by 800,000 plus. In 1870, the number of Black people was only 4,880,009. The percent increase dropped from 22.1% from 1850 to 1860 to just 9%, 9.9, basically 10%. So the Black population increase rate fell by 50% in 10 years. And in 1880, the Black population was 6.580,000. And the increase, imagine this, Black folks increased by 1,700,000. The percent increase in the Black population was 35%. How do you do 22% one decade, then 10% one, then you do 35? Just think about how outrageous that is. 1890, the population was 7,488,676. The increase was 907,883. The percent increase was just 14%. So less than half of what it was a decade before. In 1900, the Black population was 8,833,994. The increase in population was 1,345,318. The percent increase was just 18%. 1910, there was 9,827,763. The increase was 993,769. The rate of increase dropped by 7% to 11.2%. And in 1920, get this, the Black population was 10,463,013. The increase was 635,250, meaning that the Black percent of increase was 6.5%, which is just over half of the increase the decade before. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no, it's sort of like the numbers that I get on YouTube when they play with the algorithms. The irregularities of these figures are as whimsical as if produced by the sport of the gods. The normal growth of population influenced by immigration or immigration laws shows a gradual increase and a decennial increment and a gradual decline in the rate of increase. Wherever there is found to be a whole wide divergence from this law, it must be accounted for by special contributory influences. The column giving the decennial increments, instead of showing a gradual behavior, it jumps back and forth with unaccountable capriciousness. A sudden drop from 803,000 to 439,000 is an offset by an alarming rise of 1.7 million for the next decade, when lo and behold, there's a swift decline to 907,000 in the following 10 years. When we look aghast at the upward bound to 1.3 million, thence a dropward down of 993,000, followed by a still further startling decline of 635,000. It makes the head swim to try to keep track of such whimsical variations. The decadal increase percent shows similar irregularities. The rhythmic rise and fall of these figures impresses one as an alternate up and down motion of two boys playing a seesaw. Why should the ordinance of a curve which should move smoothly downward drop suddenly from 22.3 to 9.9, then rise to 34.9, then drop again to 13.9, then rise to 18, and then decline again to 11.2 with the final slump of 6.5? Such variability has perhaps never been experienced by any human population except for Black folks with white folks in charge in America. The internal evidence of the error is overwhelming. The Census Bureau has sought to make corrections for the evidently erroneous enumerations of 1870 and 1890, but the equally discrepant figures of 1920 remain so far undisputed. See, 1920 is called the decade of the nadir, the complete collapse in race relations, or should I say, the onslaught of white folks attacking Black people moving into the cities, and then being mad that Black folks, like 400,000 or 500,000, served in World War I, and there's an effort to punish Black people as well. It's the height of the eugenics movement. There were all these philosophies that came after the Civil War that Black people would die off, that there would be no Black people. This was what they projected. This was the philosophy that was being taught, along with social Darwinism, eugenics, and with evolutionism in and of itself, that Black folk wouldn't be here. Understand that these stupid racist ideas shape how people make public policy, how they count, how they dismiss things. The one thing that hasn't happened to white America in its history is when you have people say and do stupid things that are bad about Black people, the full consequence, the weight of it has not broken their back yet, but it ultimately will. I want to just mention to you, in history, have there been people heavily influenced by white American racism and bigotry that have gotten their asses handed to them for being so stupid as to try to make everything fit their hatred instead of having a little bit of logic? The answer is yes. It happened to Nazi Germany. The Germans fighting the Russians because the Russians are Slavs. And the quote, you can find it. There's a book by Lawrence called Prejudice and Power. I think that's the book. I'll look it up. If anybody wants it, if I mention something, you can always email me. Y'all can put my email up, moderators. But there's a quote from the Reich foreign minister, the German foreign minister to the Americans, saying, Russia is our Africa. Slavs are our Negroes. In other words, got it? You kill people in Africa and you dog Black people. We just want to do this to Russians, Czechs, Poles. We just want to fuck over inferior white people that are part Asian. And so when the Germans fought the Russians in World War II, their attitude was, the Russians are stupid, the Russians are dirty, they're inferior, they can't ever do anything right. We're white and we said so, and we kill people. And fighting the Russians, all of this racial, we're better, they're dirt beneath our feet, they're nothing, right? For example, when the Russians put out their T-34 tanks, which was superior to everything the Germans had, their thing is, they can't do this, we're white and we say so, and their asses are getting handed to them by these tanks. In fact, the German modified tanks copied features of the inferior Slavs' tanks. See how white folk do this, talk all this supremacy, then you get your ass kicked, then you copy the very people that are inferior to you. This hasn't happened to the white American where they've had their asses handed to them because of something stupid by dismissing the value to pretend that everybody's less than they are. I don't think white people are less than black people. I think all human beings with the same number of chromosomes are more or less equal with ebb and flow. I'm with Kelly Miller on that. However, that's not how the other side sees it. Going back to Russia and Germany. So when the Germans just thought that they were going to overrun the Russians, the Germans said they're going to just take Moscow. They had all this information that the Russians were massing these huge armies to do a counterattack on the Germans that were near Moscow. And their generals, they're racist Prussian, we're white, we're superhuman, we're the Ubermensch, they're the Untermensch, we're the master race Aryans, everybody's dirt beneath our feet because we're white and blonde and we're so special. It's so creepy and gay, just saying. And all the while, Stalin, who's an Asian from Georgia, Stalin's he's Caucasian, but not a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white dude. Take a look at him. Okay, now, let me just say to you, the Germans get attacked in December 1941, 1,000,000 plus, and some of them were Siberian, so dark-skinned, subhumans, and they kicked the shit out of the Germans. And they're sitting up saying, I'm white, I'm white, I'm white, I'm white. Okay, it's just the stupidest screaming, I'm melanated. Okay, either you got it or you don't have it. Color and all that stuff is irrelevant. And they lost. They got their asses handed to them. Same thing happened. Stalingrad, a year or two later. It's about 42. And at Stalingrad, Germans, we're just going to roll over these people on shit. We're white, we're bad, we're the Sixth Army. We can kill them. They're subhuman. They're just Asian Negroes, trash, scum. And I'm so white, and I'm so pale. I just have all the power, and everything is white and white, pouring milk on themselves just to celebrate. It's stupid. And the Germans got information that there's all these armies and shit being moved on the other side of the Volga River, and the Russians can't. We're white. They can't do it. They're nobody. They're less than us. Sort of like Austin Metcalf. And they encircled them and they destroyed them. They had cannons, tanks. And these people sitting up screaming, I'm white, white, white. That's going to happen in America to white people here. I don't know who's going to do it. I'm not saying black folks should, although they've earned retaliation for what they've done for the last few hundred years. All this, I'm white, I'm better, DEI, and the Tucker Carlson type people, just everybody black is bad. This is a very stupid place to be, to presume that everybody's dumb and only you're smart. And that comes from white folks living in a little stupid, racist ass bubble that's been pumped up by black and other people's blood, sweat, tears, mineral, and resources that they've had that they've only given to themselves. That bubble could get busted, and it will be busted. And it will be busted within 5 years. And it will be irreparable, okay? But in Stalingrad, the Germans were beat. They decided to try one more time. It was the Battle of Kursk. And most of the Russian generals were shit. But there was one. Like there was a Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, there's a Nat Turner, There's a Malcolm X. It's always going to be. God didn't give one group of people all of the knowledge, power, and information. It's not so. I would never say there's nobody white that can dance, nobody white that can sing, nobody white that's great, no white person that's stupid to try to determine who the creator gives gifts to. But the supremacist who's a Satanist, he sees himself as God and his imagination creates everyone else as an inferior. Therefore, no one can kick their ass. So at the Battle of Kursk, this guy named Zhukov was such a tough Russian general. They were having a battle somewhere. He had people jumping out of airplanes without parachutes into the snow. And a lot of people's asses died, but he figured enough people would survive the fall to be able to fight on the ground. The Germans didn't fight people just, I don't care if we die, we're going to get you. The Haitians did it. The Haitians drove the French, the Spanish, the British, everybody crazy. And they still can't do with the fact that Haitians beat them. You can have your ass handed to you no matter what your color is. The Germans got their asses kicked not by D-Day, but by the Russians, the very people that they called subhuman, Bolshevik trash. These white folks, this is what Kelly Miller was saying in the letter to Thomas Dixon, that there are times in history where the torch passes from greater to lesser and lesser becomes greater. They kind of know their time's up, but they're acting like their party, their stroll never ends. The Chinese have superior chips, and they have some superior systems to what America has. I'm not singing the praises of the CCP, but everybody's got something. By the way, the British and other people, they used to say up until Pearl Harbor, until the Japanese sunk key British ships in the Pacific and took over the British Empire, everything but India and Asia, that the Japanese couldn't fly planes because of the size of their eyes, and the Japanese couldn't make planes until the Japanese bombed the shit out of them with the planes that they made, the Mitsubishi Zero. And the Japanese couldn't really and they took out their ships, the Intrepid and the other stuff. Or as I said in the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians said the Japs can't fight us, we're white, and they lost their whole fleet at Tsushima Straits. The white American has got an ass beating. There's a big ass can of kick white ass that's gonna get sprayed sometime in the near future. I don't know. They've been shaking the can. It's gonna pop. And they're not going to recover from it. All of this reactionary MAGA shit, just being mad at everybody, but you can't fight and hate everybody. The reason that the Nazis, supposedly the greatest white supremacists that there ever was, lost is you're trying to hate everybody. You can't hate everybody and fight wars. You got to have a couple of friends. That's like trying to have an orgy in a gang fight. You got to choose. You need to fuck as well as fight. The problem with the white American, they want to fight everybody. They don't want to fuck nobody. Nobody can have none. This is all this great white sex is just for us. You can never. Eventually, people say, "Okay, I don't want it. I don't want you either." The reason I mentioned I have this book called "The American West and the Nazi East." And the reason I'm mentioning it is that the Germans copied their treatment of the Russians off of how America has treated Black people and Indians. The Nuremberg laws for the Jews is a copy of Jim Crow laws for Blacks. That's step one. Hitler was a major student of America, a big admirer of Thomas Jefferson. And then the extermination of the Indians is based on what America did to Indians. In fact, the Germans often called the Russians that they were killing Redskins. That's the American slur for people like me that are part Indian. It's another way of saying nigger. The Germans had their asses handed to them with this stupid mindset that I can just screw everybody. Okay. And America got its ass handed to them in Korea when the Chinese ran their ass down to the what's it the whichever parallel it is. I'm forgetting which. It's 38th parallel, I think, for Korea. Somebody check me if I'm right. Korea is divided along the 38th parallel, but whichever line it is, the Chinese fought America to the draw, almost beat America. Right? That's communist China, just coming out of decades of revolution, almost took out the United States. The Tet Offensive in Vietnam, they didn't think the Vietnamese could fight like they did. Even though the Vietnamese didn't win technically, psychologically, they proved that white America couldn't control Vietnam. The French thought they could handle the people in Algeria. They couldn't. White America is in for a rude awakening. You're not better than anyone else. You're you. And this game, part of the arrogance, white Americans are bullies. The main people they've been able to bully is us. It's never been any kind of fear, conflict. You hand it to people in chains from other countries, or genocide, the ignorance to disease. Then you brought in millions of people and armed their asses and set them on us. Damn, emptied out the jails and shit. One of these days, soon, it's simply not going to be the same because everything ends. The same way I have to die as a person, empires die and civilizations die. But part of what they feel is the glue to their civilization is a dismissal and unfair treatment and subjugation of Black folks that they feel will is their divine right and they'll never have to pay for. And I just don't agree. In fact, the greatest advantage that white people have had the last 60 years has been the role of feminism and all that goes with feminism. Pornography, homosexuality, sodomy, all this stuff has come to the women's movement. Stupid ass Black women. Yes, I blame y'all. Y'all brought this into the community and y'all need to own it. And weak ass Black men who've enjoyed not having to be responsible about the procreation of children. And also one other thing. So it's abortion and the simulation, the traitor leadership of the Boule and the secret society Negroes have led us to genocide. The day that Black people turn on the Boule, I'm talking about the masses, and they turn on all these stupid little secret societies that say they're all powerful and they're not shit. We got a chance at getting our MFM and having real freedom for the first time. There's a film that I found up online about Africans selling Africans to white people and everybody else. It's very important. If I'll try to send it to anyone where the Africans talk about just how bad slavery was, how folk were inviting white people over and selling wives and kids for furniture and nice shiny items. Yes, our betrayal of each other is the greatest weapon that people who oppress us have. If we stop fucking over each other, we would be in the driver's seat of our own destiny with the help of God. As long as we hate our own guts and we worship everybody else and we think sucking excrement out of other races' asses is the way to get ahead, or being dirty kneed or getting pointed up the ass or whatever it is that's demeaning and degrading that you see as an opportunity to get ahead, as long as you're down with that shit, killing your babies, whacking your dick off, cutting your tits off, getting double mastectomies to be a man, right? And being atheistical and running after commies and running after the Republicans, as long as you're about everybody's business but your own, you'll be in the same fucking pig pen that you've been in. Let me get back to my book. I just have to put that shit in here. The census of 1870 has been universally discredited. So the very first census to in any way seem like it's going to count Black folks, it was messed up. It says the greatest error in the enumeration falls naturally enough on the Negro race. This race had just been set free and had not reestablished itself in definite domiciles. Let us remember that hundreds of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Negroes for many years were in what were called contraband camps. Many of them were nothing but death camps where black people died from disease and neglect and sometimes cruelty, the worst of which is the Devil's Punch Bowl outside of Vicksburg, where as many as 50,000 or more black people died. Um, to this day, nobody has made a monument or anything to those people. Folks talking about Emmett Till need to take their asses down and put something at the Devil's Punch Bowl. Potential conditions of the South were in flux and the flow of readjustment. The machinery of the Census Bureau was not sufficiently efficient to cope with so complicated a situation. Statisticians recognizing the evident error have tried to correct the mistake by statistical computation. The Census Bureau estimates the error of the Negro population for the decade to be 512,163. In other words, so let's go back. That means in 1870, black folks would have picked up a whole, instead of 438,000 people, they basically picked up 1 million, which means the number of black folks in 1880 should have been 7,500,000, which is the number that they had for 1890. See what I'm saying? It's always like a decade off because they fucked this thing up on purpose. So that means that the 1900 one was wrong, the 1910 one was wrong, the 1920 is wrong, the one for 2020 is wrong. And not only is it wrong, they've removed 14 million people from the black population, putting them as of two races or other, to keeping the number small. They don't like a number of 50 million black folks, although we're more than 50. I think we're more like 60 to 70 million, and that's scary. And the number of people that they count as Latinos, whatever, many of those people are illegals because they're concerned about our population. No other country in the world counts undocumented people in their population as right, and they put them in the population to be against us. 60% of the people in the country that are Latino of Mexican extraction, and at least 15 million of them are here unlawfully. If you kicked out the 25, 30 million people in this country unlawfully, we're the largest minority group in the country, and if truth be told, we're the largest single group in the country. That bothers people. Goddamn all the black churches and other people for not fighting for this singularity thing. It's more than grounds for reparations and other stuff, but it doesn't happen. Why? Because the motherfuckers are cowards. And that's why the little nigga that was asking me, or the cracker, about whether I had a PhD or not, I don't answer it because there are plenty of people with degrees and everything else that won't even tell the goddamn truth when they know it, whether I had one or not. It's none of your damn business. And if you're really curious, you could look it up. And like I said, there are people that hate me, try to find out he's the phone, where they find, oh no, all my shit's real. Very much real. And could have done more with less opposition. All of us who speak truth know what it's like to have problems with jobs, folks try to kick you out of school, all that shit. And the ones that kiss ass get to stay in the schools and universities, but they won't tell you the real. They're not interested. So 500,000 blacks, and that's their number. If they said it's 500,000, maybe it's a whole million black people they missed in the damn census. Meaning that they make such gross errors. Let's go back. 500,000 out of, basically, I'm going to round it up. 500,000 out of, wow. 5 goes in there. Literally, 1 in 9 black people were missed. At least 1 in 9 black folks were missed in the 1890 census. That's consistent with what the Kerner Commission study said, that it's about at least 10, 15, and upwards of 20% of black folks don't get counted. So uh, maybe they missed 1 million people, meaning that the number of black people in 1870, if you add 1 million in, is almost the population that they had in 1890. And it just goes on and on. That's why I said it takes two censuses to balance it out. And this is done on purpose. Again, an acknowledged error, right? But the census of 1990 was notoriously faulty. Here again, the undercount. It is obviously fell mainly where? In the South, and largely among the Negro population. Let me go back and tell you something about the 1990 census, where black people were undercounted, I think, by about 5 million people, got not counted. 5 million. And white people were overcounted by almost 9 million people. How do you add 9 million white people that weren't there? And if black people are so few in number, why do you miss so many? It seems like for every black person that they deliberately miss, they put in 2 white people. You can't make this shit up. I rounded it out to 5 million, but it was 4 something. But if you understand, if it was 4.5 million black people that were missed, and they put in about 9 million white people, they took out, for every black they took out, they put in 2 white people. Why was the proportion basically 2-to-1? Why was it uniform? How did you get that done if you were really trying to get the number? The Census Bureau, in commenting on the apparent irregularities of the return for 1890, states, quote, according to the returns, the rate from 1880 to 1890 was very much lower than even the last rate, that of 1870 to 1880, and the rate for 1890 to 1900 is much higher than during the preceding or succeeding decade. Such abrupt changes in the class of the population, which is not affected by immigration, seem very improbable and almost force the conclusion that the enumeration of the Negroes in 1890 was deficient. They don't want to say they fucked it up. Well, I guess maybe it could be. That's basic white liberal doublespeak. We lied, you got us, but you can't make us correct it. In a special volume on the Negro population of the United States, 1790 to 1915, the director further declares the presumption of an undercount at the census of 1890 therefore rests upon the improbability of decennial rates of increase themselves as developed from the census returns. The inconsistency of the indicated changes in the rate from decade to decade, with changes in the proportion of children in the Negro population, and upon the improbability of the decennial mortality, indicates for the decades of 1880 and 1890 and 1990 to 1900, the number of omissions in the 1890 census cannot be accurately determined, but it would be seem to be a fair assumption that the decline in the rate of increase from decade to decade was consistent, and that rate fell off in each of the 2 decades, 1880 and 1890, 1890 to 1900, by approximately the same amount. On this assumption, the probable increase for the 4 decades, 1870 to 1910, are 22%, 17.9%, 13.8%, 11.2%, a rate of 17.9%. The decade of 1880 to 1890 would give the Negro population of 1890 nearly 7,760,000, which rounds the numbers exceeds the numerated population of the census of 1890 by 270,000. This probably the number of omissions of Negroes at the census of 1890 on the assumption that the retardation of the rate of growth in 20 years was constant. In other words, they're not certain that even a number of 270,000 added to the census to correct it is accurate because they're not certain that the slow growth of the population back when Negroes were having 10 and 20 babies, at the height of us having babies to pick cotton and all that, all of a sudden the population drops. Come on, y'all. This is crazy. By making an estimated correction for the acknowledged errors in accounts of 1870 and 1890, decadal growth from 1880 to 1890 would be reduced, and from 1890 to 1900 increase, so as to produce a reasonable conformity with the laws of normal growth. A gradual line in the rate of growth from 22.3% to 11.2% in 60 years will prove that the Negro element conformed to the regular law of human population. This decline would appear even more gradual if we consider the rate of 22.1% from 1850 to 1860 was contributed in considerable measure by African importation. According to the recent bulletin issued by the Bureau of the Census, the Negro population showed a surprising and unexpected decline during the last decade. Surprising decline? Y'all decided not to count. In 1910, there were 9,827,000 Negroes. In 1920, there were 10,463,000 Negroes, giving a decadal increase of 635,000 to 6.5%. If these figures were added to the table corrected to 1910, the disparity would be as glaring as any yet to come from the Census Bureau. The sudden drop in the decadal increase from 993,000 to 635,000, or from 11.2% to 6.5%, is so strikingly out of harmony with more or less regular movements of the table as to call loudly for correction or explanation. The table shows a gradual increase in the decennial increment from 1880 to 1910, a decline of 194,000 in 3 decades. But now we're called upon to expect a sudden decline of 358,000 in a single decade. The decennial rate dropped from 11.2% between 1900 and 1910 to 6.5% between 1910 and 1920, whereas we should have expected a gradual decline of not more than 1 or 2 points. On the face of the figures, it seems probable that the Census Bureau has again committed an error in the enumeration of the Negro population. As this Bureau has admittedly committed grave errors in the enumeration of the Negro population and 2 preceding censuses, it is but reasonable that the obvious discrepancy can be most reasonably accounted for by an error in the present count. Aside from the internal evidence itself, there is sufficient reason to suppose that the count may have been erroneous. The mobile Negro population greatly upset by the World War. There was a mad rush of Negroes from the South to fill the vacuum of the labor market caused by unsettled conditions. Thousands of Negro homes were broken up and their members scattered without definite residential identity. In the cities especially, it seems probable that the count was greatly underestimated. I repeat, greatly underestimated. The Negro migrants lived for the most part in improvised lodgings and boarding houses. Those proprietors had little knowledge and less interest in the identity of the boarders. The census official visiting such boarding houses with a large number of Negro boarders would, in all probability, receive an accurate underestimate by the ignorant and uncaring proprietors. As an illustration of such inaccuracy, I cite a quotation from the editorial of the Dispatch of Oklahoma City. If the census enumerators all over the United States were as careless in the count as they were shown to be by this publication during the poll of the population last year, the general charge is as right that the black man has made a much larger numerical advance than the official, yet faulty records show. It would be remembered that the dispatch made the charge during the enumeration that there was a laxness and really seeming desire to overlook the black man in the city. The charge was printed in our daily papers. To cap it off, the irate enumerator in the section of the city where the dispatch is located appeared on the evening that the charge was published, demanding of the editor of the basis of the charge. We took him into the 300 block of East 2nd Street and found 33 black men he had not counted, folk who told him so, whose names he did not have on his list. If the presumption of an undercount is justified by the statistical indication for 1870 and 1890, surely a like presumption would obtain for the census of 1920. There are but three methods of accounting for this sudden slump in the growth of the Negro population. First, an undercount of the Census Bureau. Second, a sudden increase in the death rate. Third, a decrease in the birth rate of the Negro population. It is known that the death rate of the Negro is decreasing rather than increasing under improved sanitary conditions and general social environment. The director of the census states the death rate has not changed greatly. Instead of adhering to the fair assumption of a steadily declining rate of increase, as was done for the faulty enumerations of 1870 and 1890, the director of the 14th census accepts the violent leap from 11.2% to 6.5% and endeavors to vindicate the count of 1920 by assuming a sudden decrease in the Negro birth rate. With all those black soldiers coming home after being on the battlefield, you don't think they were busting nuts? After being all in the trenches, you want to have a trench of your own. Sure, I'm right. On this point, the Census Bureau explains the rate of increase of the Negro population, which is not perceptibly increased by immigration or immigration, is by far the lowest on record. This element of the population has been growing at a rapidly diminishing rate during the last 30 years. Okay. Its percent of increase having declined from 18% between 1890 and 1900 and 11 to 11.2% during the following decade and to 6.5% during the 10 years ended January 1st, 1920. Such data are available as the birth and death rates among the Negroes indicate the birth rate has decreased considerably since 1900, while the death rate has not changed greatly. The statement, this element of the population has been growing at a rapidly diminishing rate during the past 30 years, that is, since 1890, presupposes the accuracy of the censuses of 1870, which presumption the census office itself discredits in a previous statement. It entirely overlooks the fact that the rate rose suddenly from 13.8% for 1880 to 1890 to 18% for 1890 to 1900. With the indicated corrections of the rate of increase has declined within the expected limits of the fluctuation from 22% for the decade of 1850 to 1860 to 11.2% for the decade of 1900 to 1910, making a drop of 11 points in 6 decades. The sudden downward drop by 4.6 points in a single decade certainly calls for a more satisfactory explanation than a sudden and unaccounted for decrease in birth rate. The only statement which the Census Bureau vouches for to account for this rather startling conclusion is a very hesitant and uncertain one. Such data are available with regard to the birth and death rate among Negroes, indicate the birth rate has decreased considerably since 1910, but the death rate has not changed greatly. In other words, they're lying. On examining the data, which this conclusion is based, we find that they are wholly insufficient to justify the sweeping conclusions imposed upon it. The mortality statistics are based upon the return from the registration area. Only 5 states are now included in the area, namely Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Kentucky, from which birth and death rates are collected annually, and even those states were not admitted to the birth registration area in 1900. Thus, the computation of birth and death rates for the colored populations of these states is neither adequate nor convincing, meaning that they didn't count black deaths or births for Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Kentucky. So, how could you estimate the population growth or that people were dying? You can't. But they're white, they'll get through it. I mean, God, it's wild. This this is how we're managed. You wonder why we're not making progress. The people in charge, the qualified, intelligent, competent white guys. I mean, they're Eric Scissorhands. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So let me see. And that means those are only a couple of states in the South. There are other southern states. What about Georgia? What about Texas? What about Tennessee? What about Mississippi? What about Alabama? What about Louisiana? What about Missouri? What about Florida? Huh? What about Arkansas? So there was no number for them, and yet we got to believe the number that they give. We need to stop believing in these people. These states were not at all included within the registration area for 1900. Mortality statistics for non-registration area are notoriously inaccurate and unreliable. Remember, if you have Jim Crow, separate but equal, so they say, but completely unequal, why would they even allocate people to count or keep these numbers? Why would they care? If you hate people, why would you document it? Why would you allocate? Who cares? In fact, the same way they send the shitty teachers to the black schools, you'd send the shitty census workers to the black areas. And you didn't really care. I mean, who wants to count niggers anyway? If you say they're 10, I mean, go home early. Did you count niggas? Sure, they're just 5 over there, and get paid as if he worked a full day. Come on, government workers. They've had 2 and 3 jobs. That's why they're getting fired. They lie now. What do you think they were doing back then? And you're a big person skid. If you just want to get paid, not do anything. Come on. The return of Negro births would naturally be most inaccurate. Negro births, usually small rural and small urban communities, are not always attended by regular physicians or certified health officials. That's right, midwives. The midwife still plies her trade. There's a relatively large number of illegitimate births among Negroes. Official returns in such cases would not be apt to be rendered fully for prudential reasons. It is therefore evident that the rapidly declining birth rate revealed by the census is based upon no comparable and adequate data. Even with the apparent rapid increase in the white death rate, awaits fuller explanation before the figures can be relied upon with assurance. It is curious to note that the birth rate among whites in South Carolina fell from 32.3% in 1900 to 27.1% in 1919, the death rate rising slightly from 10.4 to 10.6 during the same interval. Yet the white population of that state increased from 557,000 to 808,000 in 1920. There was a vigesimal increment of 250,731 with little or no reinforcement for immigration. This unexplained increment in the white population seems to also discredit the reliability of the recorded mortality statistics within the states so recently added to the registration area. It is well understood that these states, except South Carolina, have shown have shown a comparatively slow rate of increase in the Negro population for 30 years preceding the census in question. Okay, so look at this. 30 years, okay, here's a table. It says, okay, the rate of increase for Black people in America for the whole all of the United States in 1890 was 13.5%, 1900 18%, 1910 11.2%. In Maryland, the rate of increase of Blacks was 2.6% for 1890, 9% for 1900, a negative 1.2% in 1910. In Virginia, the increase was 0.6% for 1890, 4% for 1900, 1.6% for 1910. For North Carolina, 5.6% for 1890, 11.3% for 1900, 11.7% for 1910. South Carolina, the rate of increase was 14% for 1890, 13.6% 1900, 6.8% for 1910. Now, Kentucky, and Kentucky, I could see that because they ran Black people out, burned Black people out of Kentucky. The rate of increase in Kentucky in 1890 was 1.2% negative. The rate of increase in 1900 was 6.2%. The rate of increase in 1910 was a negative 8.1%. Now, let me just say this. The low birth rate revealed by the censuses in these states is due to the migration of the Negro population of reproductive age in those states within the registration area. This, of course, does not affect necessarily the birth rate of the Negro population as a whole. A better view of the birth rate population may be secured by considering the growth of the population in the more typical southern states, not so much affected by migration during the period. Okay. Look at this. For Georgia, in 1890, the rate of increase was 18.4%. 1900, 20.5%. 1910, 13.7%. Alabama, 13.1%, 21.9%, 9.8%. Mississippi, 14.2%, 22.2%, 11.2%. Louisiana, 15.6%, 16.4%, 9.7%. It would seem that the four heavy Negro states, with an aggregate population of nearly 4 million, show a rate of increase far greater than those in the registration area. The increase in these states was due wholly to the excess births over deaths, but this does not tell the whole story. While the stream of migration was not so pronounced from these states as far from the northern tier of the southern states, there has still been a considerable northern movement for the past 3 or 4 decades. From a comprehensive view of the whole situation, it seems perfectly clear that the sudden decline of the Negro population as revealed by the census of 1920 is due to a miscount rather than a declining birth rate. If we should estimate the error in count of 300,000, scarcely greater than that conceded by the Census Bureau itself for its count in 1890, the Negro population during the last 60 years would have followed a more or less consistently the ordinary laws of growth. Let us accept the substantial accuracy of the censuses of 1860, 1880, and 1900 and 1910, and estimate the error for 1870 of 512,000 and for 1890 of 270,000 as conceded by the Census Bureau. And let us still further allow an error count of 300,000 for 1920 as suggested. When you do that, this is how the population reads. In 1860, the percent of increase in the Black population was 22.1%. and it was 4.4 million black people. In 1870, it would have been 5.4 million with 21.4% increase. In 1880, it's 6.5 million with a 22% increase. 1890 was 7.7 million, 17.6% increase. 1900, 8.8 million, 13.8% increase. 1910, 9.8 million, 11.2% increase. 1920, 10,700,000, 9.6% increase. Not that I believe those, but that makes more sense if you looked at the numbers and what they gave. The table makes the Negro population behave more or less normally, and is certainly more reasonable than the startling deviation revealed in the face of returns, and the explanation is more acceptable to the reason than that urged by the Census Bureau of a sudden and unexplainable decline in the Negro birth rate. It is a source of surprise to note that the American mind seems to expect that any fact which affects the Negro will deviate from the normal course of human values. It is prone to accept with satisfaction wild assertions and unsupported theories without subjecting them to the test of logic or reason. It is seen in the census, it is so. If it is seen in the census, or let's say, if white folks at the Census Bureau say it, it's so, no matter how crazy it is. Any statement issued upon the authority of the government which seems to be belittling to the Negro will be seized upon by the would-be social philosophers and exploited throughout the nation to be a disadvantage of the race. Debeau, relying upon the low birth rate of increase in the Negro population by the census of 1870, proved to the entire satisfaction of those who were satisfied with this type of proof that the Negro could not withstand the competition of freedom and would forthwith fall out of the equation as an effective factor. The census of 1880, showing an unheard increase of 34%, set all of Debeau's philosophy at naught. In other words, they thought, oh, they're going to die off. Yeah, we love these small numbers. Damn it, there's so many niggas. Well, what did we get wrong, right? But thence arose another school of philosophers which declared that the unheard increase in the Negro population threatened the numerical ascendancy of the white race. Therefore, the black man should be returned to Africa, whence his ancestors came. The census of 1890 refuted this conclusion by showing an increase of only 13.8%, but no whit abashed, another type of anti-Negro propagandism arose, declaring that the rapid decline in the race indicated inherent degenerative physical tendencies threatening the health and stamina of the American people. The census of 1900, showing a rise in decadal growth of 8%, produced a calm in the domain of the social speculation. It seems to be the nature of the prophet to ignore the failure of the fulfillment of his prophecies, but the preceding prophecies of evil are still of record. It is particularly unfortunate that such loose and unscientific propaganda can be bolstered up by data from the government documents which the uninquiring mind is disposed to accept with the authority of Holy Writ. The calamity philosophers have already dipped their pens in the ink to damn the Negro race to degeneration and death by reason of the latest census figures. The thought and perhaps the conduct of the nation may be misled on the basis of erroneous data backed up by governmental authority. The broad question arises in the scientific mind. If the data on the Negro population furnished by the census cannot be relied upon, as it's clearly shown by the past enumerations, what assurance is there that collateral information such as death rate, birth rate, occupation, illiteracy, etc., is to be given full credit and confidence? The Negro problem is the most complicated issue with which we have to deal. Straight thinking and sound opinion based upon accurate data is absolutely necessary to enable us to reach any conclusion of value. The Census Office has now become a permanent bureau, which is hoped will take rank with other scientific departments of the government. Statesmen and publicists should have serious concern about the accuracy of Negro statistics in view of the importance of the political and sociological conclusions based upon and derived from them. The problem of eugenics is receiving much attention from students of sociology at the present time. The future welfare of society depends very largely upon the perpetuating and carrying forward of the best characteristics derivable from physical heredity and social environment. The application of eugenics to the colored race of the United States suggests several new and interesting lines of inquiry. A study of the number of children contributed to by the 55 colored teachers at Howard University, Washington, D.C., shows an interesting sidelight on the question of eugenics as it affects the Negro race. Howard University is an institution for the higher education of the Negro comprising a student body of over 1,500. The Negro members of this faculty maintain, on the whole, perhaps a status as high as any other group of colored people to be found in the United States. The present study is limited to the teachers of the academic faculties, as they constitute a coherent social entity whose life focuses about the institution. As an outgrowth of sudden change of the condition due to the Civil War, the Negro has developed a small upper class with a wide fissure between it and the great mass life of the race. There are about 50,000 Negroes belonging to the professional class who earn a livelihood by some form of intellectual endeavor, while the great bulk of the race lives mainly by manual exertion. All social stratification rests ultimately upon occupation. The Negro has no considerable middle class, such as found in well-regulated societies, which shades the imperceptibility in both directions. According to the occupational test, the demarcation between the professional and laboring classes of a Negro is as sharp as a knife-cut line. It becomes a matter of sociological interest to know how far this upper class is sustaining through its own reproductivity. In other words, I hope bushy, elitist Negroes are getting down to reproduce themselves. I have therefore undertaken to make a study of race eugenics insofar as this particular group is concerned. In the 55 families from which these teachers were derived, there were 363 children, or an average of 6.5 for each family. On the other hand, these 55 teachers who have passed from the lower to the upper section of Negro life have so far contributed only 37 children, or an average of 0.7 for each potential family involved. All these bougie feminists, that was then, just don't want to have no kids. The educated Negroes don't make kids. It's almost 0.7 for each potential family member involved. Of this number, there are 41 males, 14 females, 22 are married, 33 are single, and the number for each family so far formed is 1.6. The largest number of children in any family is 6. 4 of the families are barren, 4 have 1 child each. The average age of the single mothers is over 32 years. This strongly indicates an upward struggle to first the age of marriage to a time only limited to progeny might be expected. Considering all probabilities in this case, it seems to me entirely like these 53 potential families, when the whole record is in, will not produce more than the average of 2 children to each family, while the 55% families under the old regime gave rise to 363 children. The new issue will scarcely produce sufficient progeny to perpetuate its own number. There's always a certain sort of social restraint in the case of individual advancing from a lower to a higher level of class. The first descendants of foreigners in this country have a lower birth rate than any other element of our population. The intolerant social environment created by the white race may also produce a strong deterrent influence. Animals in captivity or under restrained environment do not breed as freely as when placed under free and normal surroundings. The educated Negro, especially when submerged in a white environment, is under a sort of social captivity. The effect of this psychological factor upon the reproductivity awaits a further and fuller study, both in its biological and psychological aspects. From a wide acquaintance with the upper life of the Negro race under a wide variety of conditions and circumstances, I'm fully persuaded that this Howard University group is typical of like element throughout the race so far as fecundity is concerned. The upper class is headed towards extinction unless reinforced from the faithful mass below. In other words, bushy, boule Negroes need broke ass black folks to make kids for there to be black folks because they ain't making none. It's doubtless true that the same restraining influence exerted upon the corresponding element of a white race, but there's not the same sharpness of separation between the social levels, nor such severe transitional struggles. The contributing causes do not perhaps operate with the same degree of intensity. The prolonged period of education delays the age of marriage. The Negro during the first generation of freedom acquired his education at a later period than white children, and by reason of hard struggle, he has had to undergo his scholastic training that was completed at a somewhat advanced age. The high standard of living which the professional Negro feels he must maintain still further delays the age of marriage. A single illustration will serve to clarify this point. I have jocularly, yeah, I said that right, jocularly, asked one of our bachelor instructors, who has passed beyond his 40th birthday, why he didn't take unto himself a companion and helpmate. His reply was that his salary was not sufficient to allow him to support a family in the style and manner which he deemed appropriate. My reply was, if your parents had been constrained by like consideration, you probably would not be in existence. His father was a laboring man with a family of 8 children. It was the opinion of Grant Allen, an eminent English literary and scientific authority, that the human race would become extinct if all of its females deferred marriage beyond the age of 26. The conscious purpose of race suicide doubtless contributes somewhat to the low birth rate. There are some of the sensitive and timid spirit who shirk the responsibility of parenthood because they do not wish to bring into the world children to be subjected to the prescription and obloquy of the Negro social status. We don't want to have kids because they'll be treated like niggas. This is what Margaret Sanger was saying too. Will this tendency, which threatens the extinction of the higher element of the Negro race, continue to operate in the future with the same degree of intensity as the present time? Probably not. The first generation after slavery was subjected to severe strain and stress of rapid adjustment. The sudden leap from the lower to upper classes of life was a feat of social acrobatics that can hardly be repeated under a more orderly scheme of development. The life of subsequent generations will be better ordered, and therefore we may expect that the resulting effect will be seen in family life. The birth rate of the mass of the race is not affected by like considerations. They feel little or nothing of the stress and strain of the upper class and multiply and make merry in blissful oblivion of these things. The rate of increase of the upper class is scarcely a third of the bulk of the race, as is clearly indicated by the relative prolificness of Howard University faculty as compared to that with their parents. The higher professional class of the Negro race will not be recruited from within their own ranks, but must be reinforced from the mass below. This will produce a healthy current throughout the race, which will serve somewhat to bridge the chasm produced by the absence of a mediatory class. The whole question of the importance of a more careful and extended study and the field of inquiry, which is fruitful as any other in its far-reaching effects upon the general social welfare. Let me see. We've done almost 4 hours. I think I should stop here. But what do you guys think of Kelly Miller? This black population thing is a beast. Unless y'all want me to do some more, because oh my God, I do have something. Y'all want me to keep going, or do y'all want to stop? Because I can stop, or but I love these. Oh, this is so good. Should I do some more? Y'all want me to read? Let me see. Y'all want me to try a little bit more? I really love this, man. Oh God. I'm wondering. Let me see if I can find, because Kelly Miller I love Kelly Miller. God, I do. I do. Let me see. There is, and I want to see if, okay, Negro population. Hold on. Let me see what I want to pull out. There was one thing. Let me see. I know he has a chapter in here, and I have another book that's I'm used to using. Um, Hold on. Let me see. Okay, now we're in Everlasting Stain. Where is it? Because he was incredibly awesome. Let me see. Uh, Hold on. I'm trying to see where that chapter is. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got it. Mhm. Give me a second. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking. Mhm. I'm almost done. Give me a second. Hmm. Let me see what he got in this other one. Because otherwise, I have this James Weldon Johnson, which is fun, and it's nothing like "Forgive Me." I just want to kick some church people in the ass. Um, where is it? Mhm. Okay, let's see. See if I like. I'm. Give me 1 second, because if I'm not feeling him, I'm gonna switch. This chapter. Let's see. Okay, I love it. Oh yes, 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 yes. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I want to do. I love it. I can do this. I'm going to do two. I want to introduce another work, and I'll come back and do one more piece because Kelly Miller and them. Uh, yeah, no, I have this real issue, and I've got I have to celebrate T.D. Jakes' ass. Stepped down again from his church, and yeah, everybody knows that I don't like crooked preachers. If you don't know, I absolutely don't like crooked black ministers. They're some of the worst people in our race. I would do almost anything to see us delivered from these people. I wish they would get out of the business. Um, in fact, if there were good ones in there, some of us could do something else. Oh my, and oh, I love this. I mean, these books give you hard on. I mean, just if you start learning from them. Okay, you can become addicted to books. I want to share this with y'all. This is a book I think you can get on Amazon, although this book is just about 90 years old. It was owned by a Jew named Miss Fleischman, but I got mine, and I think I have another one. Yes. Which edition is this? This book is 91 years old. This is a 91-year-old book, and it's called Negro Americans What Now by James Weldon Johnson. Negro Americans What Now? I hate when people ask me questions in the chat and I hold the damn book up and say it. I mean, rewind this shit if you don't hear it. That's why it's recorded. You don't have to know. This is a phenomenal book. This was written during the Great Depression, and they're trying to figure out what to do about where we go. And it's a short book, and I'm going to go through some of this because it's really nice. It's nice, and so I'm going to take a break because reading Kelly Miller, all them big ass words. I mean, I can do it, but sometimes it's like God, your tongue gets tired of it. Uh, this is James Weldon Johnson 90 years ago saying to black folk, "What the hell are we going to do? We're still here, people." I'm going to start off in his chapter, Choices. And in fact, I'm going to go back. I'm going to skip choices and start off in one area I really like, and that is because this is a big problem with black people: leadership. I know good leadership. We still have no good leaders. Okay. Leadership can be made a very provocative topic. Lambasting our leaders is quite. Shoot, I know I do. Oh, wow. Come on, pages. Hold on. I have many copies of this book. I haven't used this book before, so forgive me. I had to open it up. I apologize about that. The page, for some reason, okay. Leadership can be made a very provocative topic. Lambasting our leaders is quite a popular pastime. Without question, since our leaders are human, there's a great deal wrong with them, just as there is with followers. And every group of people we have the right and the privilege of soundly and openly criticizing the words and actions of those who stand as leaders. It must, however, be admitted that the bulk of the criticism constantly heard comes from nitwits who have a mania for writing communications to newspapers. This brand of criticism is neither sound nor sensible. The only apology for it is that the frequency it is leveled at those that are a considerable number who are not leaders in any recognizable sense of the term. The term leader has been greatly stretched, but real leaders are not and never were numerous. Leaders of the first magnitude are among the rarest of humans. God makes one only every so many centuries. We, as every other group, have had on hand a large supply of self-set up leaders. Somebody say amen. But real leadership is not a distinction to be assumed. It is an office to be achieved. Of the real leader, the people someday become aware and say, "This man serves well, let us follow him." We often utter hopes and prayers for a supreme leader, for a Messiah, one who will surely deliver us out of the hands of the Egyptians. He may come until all the elements of leadership we are able to develop. It seems to me that the present stage of our situation requires diversified leadership. I'm certain that there are two elements which are necessary. We need an element of radicalism and an element of conservatism. Radicalism to keep us from becoming satisfied, and conservatism to give us balance. To the end of the main body will be steady but alive, alert, and progressive. We should guard against being stagnant on the one hand or wild-eyed on the other. The matter-of-fact conservative has, in the days of fallen into disrepute, a disrepute greater probably than is justifiable, and his low estate blinds us to the certain weaknesses of the glamorous radical. Black Lives Matter, Al Sharpton, That silly bitch, Jasmine Crockett. There is an inherent weakness and the temperament of the radical, which is not generally perceived. Through it, as though the temperament of a man of bravery, there runs a streak of cowardice. The man with a reputation for bravery lives in constant fear that at some time he may not appear in the eyes of his fellows to be making a brave enough show. The man with a known name for radicalism may live in a constant fear that at some time he may be deemed by his comrades to have acted conservatively. The man that feels that he must take risks when no risk is warranted may make a heroic soldier, but he will not make a good general. The man that feels that he must be radical, whether the situation demands it or not, may be a stimulating force, but he will not be a wise leader. Neither professional radicalism nor stand-pat conservatism can alone provide the best leadership. Of course, if we produce the one man in whom these two elements are properly fused, a man not afraid to act radically when swift change is necessary, and not afraid to act conservatively when the necessaries stand unmoved, we shall have an ideal leader. Moreover, leadership involves more than individual leaders. There must be a leading element, an element that can transmit and interpret to the greater mass the principles and policies that are formulated. This leading element should be constant draw on Negro youth in order to be kept, quickened, and to safeguard against the vegetating leadership. If youth is not thus brought in and given a share in executing the work to be done, its ambitions, ideals, and energies will be largely dissipated. At many points in our social organism, there is no life because of withered leadership. Congressional Black Caucus. The thing to do is to cut out the dry rot and give the younger generation a chance. The impatience of the young bring about change should not be antagonized, it should be understood. It should not be curbed, it should be directed. The kind of cooperation is not entirely easy to establish, for age is at bottom afraid of youth, and youth at its bottom disdainful of age. Youth prefers to work alone and not have its enthusiasms checked by experience. Age loves to hold on to its prerogatives. But we must seek to devise a cooperative scheme through which the new ideals and fresh forces of youth may be utilized to the highest degree. Such a scheme will afford youth a worthwhile objective on which to focus its surging energies. It will serve to keep the older generations invigorated. Such a scheme will do much to redeem our lost generation. For Negro youth, like the post-war youth of the whole Western world, has its lost generation, a generation for which traditional sanctions no longer exist, a generation that is adrift, dissatisfied, disillusioned, and cynical, or is pleasure mad. Such a scheme will put the youth in touch with life's realities and will provide an unsurpassed training ground for future leaders. The question of leaders naturally brings up the question of followers. There can be no leaders unless there are followers. Followers have obligations and responsibilities as well as leaders. As followers, we need to have intelligence, a sense of loyalty, and a sense of honor. We need to have enough intelligence to weigh and estimate men so that we can recognize real leadership when we see it, whether it is high or in lowly positions, and to detect the spurious from the genuine. Enough intelligence to stimulate and to help real leadership, both by approval when it is merited and by criticism when it's deserved. Enough intelligence not to be swept away by the winds of doctrine issuing from every loudmouthed demagogue or smooth-tongued charlatan who comes along. We need a sense of loyalty that will impel us to give unstinted support wherever we find leadership that is capable and trustworthy, and to bear with it its human weaknesses. We need a sense of honor. It will deem it unworthy thing to seek to destroy a leader because of personal animosities or to crucify him merely to make a Roman holiday. Unless we can be followers of this kind, we have no reason or right to look for great leaders. Oh my, this is another one of these. Okay, hold on. This book is about 90 years old, and I'm the first person to really read it. I got okay. Do I want to read the conclusion? Okay, you got it. This one too. Wow. Okay. I'm going to go from the beginning. I'm going to skip this conclusion. Let me get into this. How do y'all like this? Y'all liking this? Okay, I'm doing a little bit more James Weldon Johnson. This is from the initial chapter, Choices. The world today is in a state of semi-chaos. We Negro Americans, as part of the world, are affected by that state. We're affected by it still more vitally as a special group. We are not so sanguine about our course and our goal as we were a decade ago. We are floundering. We are casting about for ways of meeting situation, both as Americans and as Negroes. In this casting about, we have discovered and rediscovered a number of ways which we have given more or less consideration. Let us see if we cannot, by elimination, reduce the confusion and narrow down the limits of choice to what might be shown to be one sound and wise line to follow. Exodus. Exodus for generations has been a recurrently suggested as a method for solving the race problem. At the present time, there's being fomented by some person in Chicago a plan based on the idea of colonization. The plan calls for setting aside a state or territory of the United States exclusively for Negro Americans. The idea of physical separation of the races as a solution antedates the Revolutionary War. Thomas Jefferson strongly expressed himself in the favor of the colonization of the Negroes and some area on the coast of Africa. The first attempt, however, to put colonization into effect was made by Paul Cuffey, a free Negro and shipowner of New Bedford, Massachusetts, who in 1815 transported at his own expense 9 families to Africa. The first attempt made on the grand scale was made in 1820 with the American Colonization Society and the United States government behind an attempt that culminated in the establishment of Liberia. At the outbreak of the Civil War, there was another effort fostered by a group within the race, and some 2,000 colonists sought refuge in Haiti. The latest attempt on this large scale was the Garvey movement. All of these efforts practically failed. That is, they had no effect on the problem and in no degree changed the condition of the race in the United States. A century and a quarter ago, deportation of free Negroes may have been feasible. A half century later, that was not a practical undertaking. Today, the deportation or exodus of the Negro American population is an utter impossibility. Not within a bounded period could 12 million people be transported, and therefore that period was over. The total number would well be above 12 million. Nor is there any place which to take them. There are no more vacant places on earth, no government in the world, with the barest possibility of Brazil as the exception, would welcome even 1/12 of the whole number. Liberia would no doubt be as reluctant as any. None of the tribes of colonial Africa would relish sharing their best lands with us merely because we and they are somewhat of the same complexion. The United States government might purchase territory somewhere and deport us, but that would involve pretty stiff political job and a financial expenditure that would make the figures of the National Recovery Program look small. We may cut out Exodus as a possible solution. We and the white people may as well make up our minds definitively that we, the same as they, are in this country to stay. We may be causing white America some annoyance, but we ourselves are not in the time in undisturbed comfort. White America will simply have to sustain a situation that is of its own making, not ours. Our history in the United States records a half dozen major and score of minor efforts at insurrection during the period of slavery. This, if they heard of it, would be news to a big majority of people who believe that we have gone through 3 centuries of oppression without once thinking in terms of rebellion or lifting a finger in revolt. Even now, there comes times when we think in terms of physical force. We must condemn physical force and banish it from our minds, but I do not condemn it on any moral or pacific grounds. The resort to force remains and will doubtlessly always remain the rightful recourse of oppressed people. Our own country was established upon that right. I condemn physical force because I know in our case it would be futile. The revolution. We would be justified in taking up arms or anything we could lay our hands on and fighting for the common rights that we're entitled to and denied, if we had a chance to win. But I know, and we all know, that there is not a chance. It is, I believe, among the certainties of the someday, but perhaps not very far off, native blacks of Africa will, by physical force if necessary, compel whites to yield their extra privileges and immunities. The increasing inability of the great powers to spare the strength and resources necessary for maintaining imperialism will hasten the certainty. The situation of the African natives, however, on one point at least, the reverse of ours, on the point of comparative numerical strength. Yet, there is a phase of physical force that we are in the United States should consider. When we are confronted by the lawless, pitiless, brutish mob, and we know that life is forfeit, we should not give it up. We should, if we can sell it, and at the dearest price we're able to put on it. Communism is coming to be regarded as an infallible solution by an increasing number of us. Those who look to the coming revolution and why they should believe it is coming to the United States, I see no good reason. It is obvious that the United States is going through revolutionary economic and social changes, but the changes do not point to communism, seem to think that it will work in some instantaneous and magical transformation of our condition. It appears to me that this infinite faith in communism indicates an extreme naivete. Those who would hold this faith point to the Soviet Russia as a land where there's absolutely no prejudice against Negroes. This is an unquestioned fact, but I see no grounds on which to attribute it to communism. There is no prejudice against Negroes in Tsarist Russia. Tsarist Russia was a country that could honor a black Hannibal, the country that could make a mulatto Pushkin its national poet, a country which university students in Petersburg could unhitch horses from a carriage of Ira Aldridge, the Black American tragedian, after his performance of Othello, and themselves draw him back to his hotel. The simple truth is the Russian people have no prejudice against Negroes. In considering communism with respect to the Negro, the question before us, of course, is not how it works in Russia, but how it would probably work in the United States. If the United States goes communistic, where will the communists come from? They will certainly not be imported from Russia. They will be made from Americans here on hand. We might well pause and consider the variations of communism the United States might undergo. I hold no brief against communism as a theory of government. I hope that the Soviet experiment will be completely successful. I know it's having a strong influence on the principal nations of the world, including our own. I think it is a high sign of progress that the Negro Americans have reached the point of holding independent opinions on political and social questions. What I'm trying to do is to sound a warning against the childlike trust and the miraculous efficacy on our racial situation of any economic or social theory of government, communism or socialism or fascism or Nazism or New Deals. The solving of our situation depends principally upon an evolutionary process along two parallel lines: our own development and the bringing about of change in national attitude towards us. That outcome will require our persevering effort under whatever form the government might take on. It might be argued, although there is not and has not been any anti-Negro feeling in Russia. It is the country in which anti-Semitism was stronger than any other, and that oppression and repression of Jews has been greatly abated or entirely wiped out by communism. Such arguments go further to prove the probability that communism in the United States would wipe out oppression and repression of Negro Americans and give them the status of equality. I grant the possibility. What though it may not be realized miraculously and suddenly? I grant that if America should turn truly communistic, by which I mean if it should adopt and practice communism without reservations and not adopt it as its adopted democracy and Christianity, so as to allow every degree of inequality and cruelty to be practiced under them, that if the capitalistic system should be abolished and the dictatorship of the proletariat established, with the Negro aligned, as he naturally ought to be with the proletariat, race discriminations would be officially banned and the reason and feelings to back them would finally disappear. But except to a visionary, there are no indications that this present prospective strength of communism will be able to work such a change, either by persuasion or military coup. In the situation as it now exists, it would be positively foolhardy for us as a group to take up the cause of communistic revolution and thereby bring upon ourselves all the antagonisms that are directed against it, in addition to those we already have to bear. It seems to me that the wholesale allegiance of the Negro to the communistic revolution would be a second futility only to his individual resort to physical force. I have said there's no apparent probability that the United States will go over to communism, but the same cannot be said about fascism. Most of us, it is true, have for years lived in the fascist South, so it's hardly possible that we could fare worse under a national fascist government. What may not be true as to other minorities, we should oppose with our uttermost strength any encroachment of fascism, for we have both practical and moral obligation to do all we can to defend the rights of other minorities as well as our own. By this process of elimination, we have reduced the choices of a way out to two. There remain, on the one hand, a continuation of our efforts to achieve integration and, on the other hand, acknowledgement of our isolation and the determination to accept and make the best of it. Throughout our entire intellectual history, there has been a division of opinion as to which of these two divergent courses the race should follow. From the early times, there have been sincere thinkers among us who were brought to the conclusion that our only salvation lies in making the race into a self-contained economic, social, and cultural unit. In a word, and building an imperium in imperio. All along, however, the majority opinion has held that the only salvation worth achieving lies in making the race into a component part of the nation with all the common rights and privileges as well as duties of citizenship. This attitude has been the basic general policy of the race so far as it has had a general policy for generations, the policy of striving zealously to gain full admission to citizenship and guarding jealously each single advance made. But this question of direction of goal is not a settled one. There is in all of us a stronger tendency towards isolation than we may be aware of. There comes times when the most persistent integrationist becomes an isolationist, when he curses the white world and consigns it to hell. This tendency towards isolation is strong because it springs from deep-seated natural desire, a desire for respite from the unremitting, grueling struggle for a place in which refuge might be taken. We are again and again confronted by this question. It is ever present, though often dormant. Recently, it was emphatically brought forward by the utterances of so authoritative a voice as that of Dr. Du Bois. The question is not one to be lightly brushed aside. Those who stand for making the race into a self sufficient unit point out that after years of effort, we are still Jim Crowed, discriminated against, segregated, and lynched, that we are still shut out of industry, barred from the main avenues of business, and cut off from free participation in national life. They put out that in some sections of the country, we have not secured equal protection of life and property under the law. They declare that the entrance of the Negro into full citizenship is as distant as it was 70 years ago. And they ask, what is a Negro to do? Give himself over to wishful thinking? Stand shooting at the stars with a pop gun? Is it not rather a duty and a necessity for him to face the facts of his condition and environment, to acknowledge them as facts and to make best use of them that he can? These are questions which the thinkers of the race should strive to sift carefully. To this writer, it seems that one of the first results of clear thinking is a realization of the truth that making the race into a self-sustaining unit, the creating of an imperium and imperial, does not offer an easier or more feasible task than does the task of achieving full citizenship. Such an imperium would have to rest upon the basis of a separate group economic independence, and the trend of all present-day forces is against building any foundation of that sort. After thoughtful consideration, I cannot see the slightest possibility of our being able to duplicate the economic and social machinery of the country. I do not believe that any other special group could do it. The isolationists declared that because of imposed segregation, we have, to a large degree, already done it. But the situation they point to is more apparent than real. Our separate schools and some of our other race institutions, many of our race enterprises, the greater part of our employment, and most of our fundamental activities are contingent upon our interrelationship with the country as a whole. Clear thinking reveals the outcome of voluntary isolation would be a permanent secondary status so acknowledged by the race. Such a status would, it is true, solve some phases of the race question. It would smooth away a good part of the friction and bring about a certain protection and security. The status of slavery carried some advantages of that sort, but I do not believe we shall ever be willing to pay such a price for security and peace. If the Negro American could do whatever appears to be impossible, as a separate unit, achieve self-sufficiency built upon group economic independence, does anyone suppose that would abolish prejudice against them and allay opposition, or that struggle to maintain their self-sufficiency would be in any degree less bitter than the present struggle to become an integral part of the nation? Taking into account human nature as it is, would not the achievement be more likely to arouse envy and bring even more harsh hatreds, violent hatreds and persecutions? Certainly the isolationists are stating a truth that when they contend that we should not, ostrich-like, hide our heads in the sand, making believe that prejudice is non-existent, but in so doing, they are apostles of the obvious, calling upon the race to realize that prejudice is in actuality is a needless effort. It is placing emphasis on what has never been questioned. The danger for us does not lie in a possible failure to acknowledge prejudice as a reality, but in acknowledging it too fully. We cannot ignore the fact that we are segregated no matter how much weight we wish to do so. No matter how much we might want to do so, and the smallest amount of common sense force to extract as so much good from the situation as there is in it. Any degree of sagacity forces us at the same time to use all of our powers to abolish, impose segregation. For it is an evil per se, and the negation of equality, either of opportunity or of awards. We should lay by all means to make our schools and institutions as excellent as we possibly make them. And by that very fact, we reduce the certainty that they will forever remain schools and institutions for Negroes only. We should make our business enterprises and other strictly group undertakings as successful as we possibly can make them. We should gather all the strength and experience that we can from imposed segregation. But any good we're able to derive from the system, we should consider as a means and not an end. The strength and experience we gain from it should be applied to the objective of entering into and not staying out of the body politic. Clear thinking shows, too, that as bad as the conditions are, they're not as bad as they're declared. To be discouraged, and pessimistic isolationists. To say that in the past 2 generations or more, Negro Americans have not advanced a single step towards the fullest share of the Commonwealth becomes enlightly easy ascertainable facts and absurdity. Only the shortest view of the situation gives color of truth to such a statement. Any reasonable long view proves to be utterly false. With our choice narrowed down to these 2 courses of wisdom and farsighted and possibility of achievement demand that we follow a line which leads to equal rights for us based on common terms and conditions under which they are accorded and guaranteed to other groups that go into the making of our national family. It is not necessary for our advancement that such an outcome would suddenly eradicate all prejudice. It would not, of course, have the effect of suddenly doing away with voluntary grouping in religious and secular organizations or abolishing group enterprises, for example, Negro newspapers, in accordance of full civil and political rights, has not in the case of the greater number of groups in the nation that have that effect. Nevertheless, it would be an immeasurable step forward and would place us where we have a fair start with other American groups, more than we do not need to ask. Forces and resources. In the following line that leads to equal rights, we're advancing to fight, not beating a retreat. So we should take a careful account of our forces and resources. Our numerical strength is at once a force and a resource. Not all the apathy, prejudice, and opposition in the United States would be able to block the forward march of 12 million people if we were formed into an intelligent, courageous, and persistent phalanx. 12 million of us can be made a reservoir from which may be drawn almost all elements needed in our struggle. Before our numerical strength was as great as it is, we had already drawn from the reservoir certain elements and made them into active forces. We must now make those forces more effective, organize and perfect still other forces, and bring about a coordination of all of them for the achievement of our objective. Up to now, we've shown no greater weakness in our inability or unwillingness to coordinate the forces that we have long had at hand. Aside from the handicapping effects of ignorance and inexperience, we have allowed pettiness and jealousies, rivalries, and downright meanness to interfere with and defeat worthy attempts at cooperation. By this time, we ought to have learned a lesson. The Negro Church is the most powerful and potentially the most effective medium we possess. The whole Christian church stands at this period in need of another reformation, sloughing off the outworn creeds and dogmas and an application of its power to the working out of the present day problems of civilization and the social and spiritual life. The Negro Church stands in need of special reforms. First of all, the church, together with the race as a whole, must do a certain amount of clearing away in the religious field. We must stamp out as far as we can the bootleggers of religion, Jakes, Jamal Bryant, Those parasites who, whenever they can get together a sufficient number of poor, hard-working women, will open up a storefront or a basement church and peddle a spurious brand of Christianity at a relatively exorbitant price. Some of these men may be sincere, but the majority of them are ignorant, lazy louts who would be of greater value to themselves and to the race if they were put to manual labor. A more important task is the driving out of those lecherous criminal scoundrels who, as spectacular figures, are a rather recent product. These self-anointed bishops, messiahs, and whatnots, whose central idea of a church is a holy harem, a sanctified system of concubinage, arouse only feelings of disgust and rage. They all belong in jail. Each of us who helps them land one there, does a good service. No one, no matter what may be his attitude on religion, can fail to be interested in the astonishing history of the Negro Church if he would only become acquainted with it, and once he is familiar with its history, he will be compelled to acknowledge the vital work the church has accomplished. Aside from what it's done in religion, education, and in charities, it has been a tremendous social force. When there was no other agency to do it, the church brought about cohesion and stabilization and a bewildered and leaderless class. But the church can't sit back on the essential work it has accomplished in slavery days and in the post-Civil War period. It cannot excuse existing shortcomings by pointing to its worthy record. It must thoroughly make the internal reforms that will better fit to meet the responsibility for racial advancement that it should shoulder now. The church must, as nearly as it can, abolish hypnotic religion. That religion that excites visions of delights of life in the world to come, while it gives us no insight into the conditions we encounter in the world in which we now live. There's still to be found in the Negro Church too much obsolete doctrine, and too many pulpits are still to be heard terrific fulminations against dancing, theater going, card playing from preachers who ignore or know nothing about the fundamental current questions of life. This stricture, of course, may also be applied to many white churches. The church is devoting too much energy to raising money to meet mortgage payments on fine edifices, denominational rivalries, and competition, and outward show have forced the church into the position of living beyond its means and of being left with no financial margin after the high cost of worshiping God and a sumptuous temple is met. Such conduct is as reprehensible in a congregation as it is an individual. As to the mere church buildings, the most affluent Negro congregation in the country requires no more and is warranted and having no more than a modest, adequate meeting house, beautiful because of its simplicity. When we think of the number of congregations made up of people just this side of the poverty line, struggling to possess and maintain a building, entirely beyond the needs of their means, we find it both tragic and absurd. This common extravagance leaves mighty few Negro congregations with anything like a margin of money they should have on hand to be devoted to applied Christian charity. Needless multiplication of congregations is a definite weakness of a church. It is the process by which its strength, resources, and effectiveness are dissipated. I was recently in a northern city of 75,000 inhabitants. The Negro population is about 1,000. As in all similar situations, these colored people were disoriented and in an anomalous position. They were too numerous to go unnoticed in the general community life, and not numerous enough to constitute a group unto themselves. Yet these 1,000 Negroes have 5 churches with a total membership of 204. One church is all they need, all they can support. One church might be made to an agency that would improve their industrial, social, and civic status, as well as their spiritual state. 5 churches do not multiply. They nullify whatever strength and effectiveness the one church might have. Denominational and individual rivalries make this question a difficult one. Some denominations have a degree of authority in the matter, and others they have very little or none. Possibly all the denominations might sign a concordat and agree upon a maximum number of congregations for each of the so many hundreds of thousands of Negro inhabitants in a given area, then proceed to carry out a policy of consolidation and, when necessary, abolishment. By such a process, each denomination would find itself the gainer in strength and resources. In almost every community, the Catholic Church serves as a grand example of the conservation of power, an example we might well imitate. The Negro Church, notwithstanding, is the most powerful agency we command for moving forward the race as a mass. It is then not too much to call upon the church to meet the exigency it has met as it has met in the situation confronting it in the slavery days and the post-Civil War period. The present task requires an intelligent, high-minded, upright ministry, that kind of ministry the church must have. The ignorant preacher of the past performed the work that was before him as best he could. All honor him for what he accomplished, but the day of the ignorant preacher is gone. With the making of these internal reforms, the church would again demand the Negro youth in our colleges and universities a consideration of ministry as a career giving scope for the exercise of the highest and best powers. Thereby, the church would be made to feel attractive for well-educated and progressive youth, as the fields of medicine, law, dentistry, and social work have become in recent years. In the meantime, earnest, forward-looking, spiritual-minded young men and young women in our colleges should not stand aside waiting for these reforms to be completed. They should go into the church and help bring them about. What it would not mean to have Negro ministry working for the advancement of the race with the same degree of intelligence, zeal, and single-mindedness of purpose which the Catholic clergy works for the advancement of those who profess the Catholic faith. The Negro Press. The Negro Press was 30 years ago a feeble, struggling medium. 30 years ago, many colored people who deemed themselves intelligent openly boasted they never read Negro newspapers. The papers themselves did not offer much. They were, in the main, poorly written, wretchedly printed, and run as personal organs. Today, the Negro Press is powerful and, relatively speaking, rich. The leading periodicals are printed on high-speed web perfecting presses. They carry all modern newspaper features and are intelligently edited. The Negro Press is a racial agency, is today second only to the Negro Church in the number of people reached and influenced. It is needless to say the new power entails new responsibilities. There is no doubt that the Negro journalists with the social sense recognize that fact. It is probable that they are wrestling with the problem of directing the power of the machine that has been created into channels of high purpose, a problem that is not simple or easy. Many of the Negro newspapers have become popular. A popular periodical is an insatiable creature. It must be continually fed on circulation secured at almost any price. So the management of a popular periodical is constantly driven by the necessity of furnishing what it thinks the greatest number of people want. Once on that road, it must keep up on accelerated speed. It cannot turn back, it cannot stop, it cannot even slow down. Give the people they want is a specious slogan. It implies that the people are continually demanding other and still other things that the press must supply, and that what the people want is consequently good. Of the two implications, neither is true. The facts are the popular periodicals exhaust the ingenuity of supplying things which they hope the people will want, and what the people want is often bad or without value. It is the business of the newspaper to give the news, is another specious slogan. Editors should regard themselves as intelligent, responsible members of society. Certainly, one of their responsibilities is to judge whether or not the news they disseminate serves any good purpose, whatever, or whether or not it is worth at least the paper on which it is printed. And any person of average intelligence is forced to say that an undue proportion of the news of American newspapers, from the biggest dailies to the weakest weeklies, are not worth that much. I believe I am right when I say that the Negro press has a particular as well as a general relationship to the clientele, that the Negro editor has relatively deeper responsibility to his public than the white editor has to his, and that service possible for the Negro press to render the Negro American more vital than what the white press has to give to white America. I believe the Negro Americans will understand and accept this statement without discussion. It then follows that the Negro newspapers ought to be more than imitation of white newspapers. Without doubt, they should avoid copying the license of sensational daily newspapers that appeal to morons and morbid-minded. Of course, we have our share of morons, and they constitute a tempting field for greater circulation. But why not try to gratify their wants in some better way? Our newspapers should avoid following the example of those white publications that make a feature of pornography. An examination of the vast number of salacious white periodicals published in the United States would incline one to think that sex has gone to the white man's head, transferred its seats to the imagination. When sex goes to the head, it loses its lusty, wholesome quality and begins to fester and becomes maggoty. Sex is with us, in a large measure, still lusty, wholesome stage. Let's keep it there as long as we possibly can. I do not see how the Negro press can escape the responsibility of facing the question of the net result, of the ultimate effect of its work on the race, especially in the younger generation. It is to be satisfied with the only fortuitous benefits that may come from the commercially successful journalism. Or is it to feel that commercial success gives it the resources and facilities for carrying out a definite and far-reaching plan? Is it thorough? Is it through its news policy to run the risk of making itself an unconscious agent of defeatism? Or does it desire to place a stronger emphasis on the notes of courage and confidence in final victory? I am not an impractical visionary. I myself have been a newspaperman. I know in order for the Negro newspapers to accomplish much good, they must first be good newspapers. I feel, however, they can be good newspapers and at the same time something beyond merely good newspapers. The pre-Civil War Negro newspapers did great work. They dedicated themselves to the anti-slavery cause and had a large share in arousing and shaping public opinion. They quickened and inspired readers and gave them a voice and made itself heard. They played a significant part in creating the forces that led to the destruction of slavery. With this main object accomplished, they passed off the scene. Contemporary Negro newspapers have done a revolutionary thing. They've converted the masses of Negro Americans into readers. Hundreds of thousands of who formerly read nothing today read the Negro periodicals. And no Negro today would boast that he never reads a Negro newspaper because they have taught the masses of Negro Americans to read. They have been able, in an extraordinary degree, to keep the race aware and awake. They have likewise had marked effects upon the consciousness of white America. And a number of crises, their work has been inevitable. When the dire anti-lynching bill was being pushed, the Negro newspapers were a great factor in keeping the whole race stirred up and determined on the issue. And the copies that reached the desk of congressmen and senators gave those representatives of the people a new light on the fellow Negro Americans. This was a clear instance of the power possible for them to wield. The Negro press has a prepared rich field. What the harvest is to be is a question that the owners and editors should seriously consider. Y'all want me to keep going? This is from 90 years ago. I'm gonna read 8 more pages of this. Organizations among us are without number. There's a popular idea that we do not organize. It is erroneous. The fact is we tend to over-organize. If all the Negro organizations in the United States marched in procession, they would be a month or more passing any given point. Most of them, however, are small, separate bodies, and their main purpose are decidedly minor. What we lack is the will and ability to organize our major purposes. Our principal fraternal organizations are national in scope. They develop rapidly and reach a degree of power and prosperity, which now appears to be on the wane. Our big fraternities have filled and are still filling a useful purpose, but the difference between them and the smaller organizations is mainly a difference of size and resources. Their functions and objectives are fundamentally the same. All of these organizations function as units for the social intercourse and the enjoyment. They provide a forum for large politics and arenas in which self realization and preferment may be achieved. They also have an economic feature. They can care for the sick and bury the dead. And many of them, however, burying the dead has called for financial outlay so far out of proportion to what is used in caring for the living as to make the high cost of dying a live question. One of the big organizations established an educational fund, but generally speaking, the great resources, numerical, social, and financial, of our powerful fraternal organizations have been utilized. Hardly a thought was given to the fundamental phases to the situation in which the Negroes in the United States find themselves. Many thousands of dollars have been wasted on annual conventions in which a chief business was having a good time, on showy parades, and on ostentatious funerals. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been put into ornate temples. In many of the cases, these temples have led to bankruptcy and mortgage foreclosures. Other hundreds of thousands of dollars have become bones of contention and led to dissension and lawsuits. And too many instances, heading up fraternal organizations has developed into a lucrative business, and plain words, into a racket. Our fraternal organizations, are talking about the Masons and such people, have, in a number of ways, done much good, but considering their strength and their peculiar opportunities as secret societies for doing a vital service, they have in the larger racial affairs fallen short. They have failed. That includes the Boule. The Boule was a failure 90 years ago. They never been shit, will never be shit. Quote me. The two chief organizations that devote their efforts and resources primarily to the question which affects Negroes as citizens are both interracial. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the National Urban League. There is between these two organizations an understanding which makes for a rough division of work into two fields, economic and civil. The Urban League has given its efforts to housing, health, and employment. The National Association has given its efforts to civil, legal, and constitutional rights. There has been, of course, some overlapping. The rights of the Negro in industry naturally involve his rights as a citizen. Taking into account all their shortcomings and all the mistakes and failures they may have made, the overwhelming fact remains that both of these organizations have done excellent and essential work, well, they used to, and neither has been given the support it deserves. Well, they're not really ours. Sorry, dude. There's also the Southern Commission on Interracial Cooperation, which has accomplished a certain delicate and important things that could not have been accomplished thoroughly through any other medium, and the Interracial Commission of the Federal Council of Churches of Christ in America, which has had a strong factor among religious bodies. Now, these principal forces and resources that we have enumerated are far from negligible. Even at their weakest, they are assets. Their actual strength is great. Their potential powers have not been estimated. Their potential powers of these elements I shall discuss at this point. They are powers above and beyond those needed and employed by the normal functioning of these elements. They are the powers before which the obstacles between us and our major goals would be compelled to yield. How may we call these potential powers these powers which will prove effective into being? The simplicity of the process will probably throw doubt on the magnitude of the feat. It may be done through the complete correlation of existing forces. The result will not be merely increased efficiency in all the various units and greater greater total strength, it will be the creation of an entirely new power, superpower, power that will be a fusion of all of our energies. If we create this power and center its force upon the walls that stand between us and the common rights, guarantees, and privileges of citizenship, we can be confident in battering them down. The practical method that I suggest is the creation and utilization of this power is to channel our forces so that they will function through a central machine. I believe that we have the machine at hand, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. I believe that we could get the desired results by making that organization the nucleus, the synthesis, the clearinghouse of our forces. It already has the experience, the skill, and in good part the machinery. It has proved itself honest, sincere, intelligent, and capable for the purpose of achieving, maintaining, and safeguarding our citizenship rights. No other organization can be compared with it. Its policies and techniques have proven to be the most advantageous and effective that we have thus far been able to devise. I know that this is not a wholly unanimous opinion. The statement that I have made has been frequently put in the form of a question. I believe, however, the study of the history of the work of the association for the past 25 years and the concurrent history of the Negro Americans will furnish sufficient evidences to prove that the race has made positive gains through the effort of the NAACP. Its successful efforts to hold segregation within the limits of custom and to prevent it from being put over the realm of law, its leadership in its fight against lynching, and keeping that crime and other racial injustices before the consciences of the American people, and its half dozen signal legal victories involving our constitutional rights are examples in point. But there's another way of evaluating the work of the organization. When the NAACP was founded, the great danger facing us was that we would lose vestiges of our rights by default. The organization checked that danger. It acted as a watchman on the wall, sounding alarms that called us to defense. Its work would be of value if only for the reason that without it our status would be worse than it is. In cities where our numbers are large, we still live grouped together in one or more Negro sections, although here in Nashville, where I'm writing, white and colored people live together rather indiscriminately in many sections. But there's hardly a doubt that in such cities, Negro Americans by this time would have all been sentenced by law to live in black ghettos. If the NAACP had not won its Louisville segregation case, in which the Supreme Court declared residential segregation on the grounds of race to be unconstitutional. I am taking for granted that no one should be so shallow as to ask if there's any difference between segregation by social convention and segregation by legal enactment. I believe also that the NAACP laid the foundation for the restoration of the ballot to Negro Americans in the South through its victory in the Texas primary cases. The Negro lost his right to vote conferred on him by the 14th and 15th Amendments because the Supreme Court, through hair-splitting sophistry and astute evasion, emasculated both amendments to the point of nullification. The signs are now that the right to vote will be reestablished through decisions of that same court. There is a school that holds these legal victories are empty. They are not. At the very least, they provide a ground upon which we make a stand for our rights. In the North, we have a fair degree of civil rights. In the South, we have a right to battle for those rights because the 14th and 15th Amendment are in the Constitution. Let us suppose them not there. Let us reach a quick realization of the material importance of the legal enactments, or note the effect of the adverse laws. If we correlate our numerical strength, the strength of our religious and fraternal organizations, such political and economic power we have, and the power of our press in a way to make the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People the spearhead of our forces in a way that will enable it to shift the emphasis more and more from protest to action and more fully to translate declarations into deeds, and to widen its field to include all the fundamental phases of life that affect us as citizens. There are Negro Americans now born who will live to see the race accorded the common rights of citizenship on the same terms upon which they are accorded to other groups in the nation. I suggest that I make the NAACP as a central machine has, and I hope, not necessarily for me to state this, in no relationship to the fact that for a number of years I was a member of the executive staff of the association, and I'm still officially connected with the organization. I make it on what appears to me to be the undeniable facts of the situation. If plans for a more adequate and a more effective central machine are suggested, I would readily subscribe to them. Sorry about the NAACP boosterism there. But that's James Weldon Johnson talking about what Black folks could do 90 years ago. Many of the issues are the same today. These things are largely unchanged. Largely unchanged. Let me see. I I got recently a collection of books I always wanted. I finally got a hardback, and I'm going to share some of it, and then that will be the last thing. Maybe I'll do a little bit of these too. I haven't done a long one, a long reading, a real long reading in a long time. But there was a thing. This is a really uh, fascinating book. This book was initially written 85 years ago by E. Franklin Frazier, one of my favorite people. It's called The Negro Youth at the Crossway. Negro Youth at the Crossway. It's there was a chapter I was going through, and I'm going to do another one of these readings. I'll do it later today. I was supposed to do a bunch of readings, but I didn't. I didn't do it. Let me see. Growing Up in the Black Belt. I think I'm gonna have to buy that book. I wonder what's going on in. They must have shut me off on Twitter. That's okay. It's amazing what these people do. They didn't like what I'm doing. They do not like people thinking. Church is 12. I like that. I'm very interested in young people. And I'm wondering, should I do that? Or that was one. But the classic, this is the other one I really like that was done 75 years ago. I think this was done about 19, maybe it's 80. This is the other. Okay, yeah, this was done about 85 years ago when E. Franklin Frazier was on the roll. It's a Negro family in America, Negro family in the United States. Um, this is hilarious. Um, there's a particular chapter I want to read. I'm going to dedicate this to the feminists. I'm going to read a portion of the Negro family in the United States by Frazier. I think I'm going to read something to piss off feminists. Yes. There are two portions. I love this. Oh, okay, y'all. I just have to give some feminists a black eye. So let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to read more of this, but I'm going to do this later because this is just awesome. Frazier just talked about all the issues of of all the issues of the Black family and stuff that was done. We talk about how jacked up the family is. Which one should I do? Hmm, I love that. Which one? 56. Um, let me see. I'm just trying to think. Let me see. 127. No, I don't like that. I'm going to do 256. Okay, 209. Hold on one more second. Give me one more. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best. I should go to 256. Okay. All right. I'm going to have a little bit of fun. I'm going to also pick with, I got to deal with this. I'm trying to think. Mm-mm. Nah, I don't want. I'm going to 56. Okay. This is chapter 16 in E. Franklin Frazier's The Negro Family in the United States. This was initially published 1939. This is the 1951 edition. Um, this chapter 16 is called Outlawed Motherhood for all of the feminists out there. Not many years after the Civil War, a woman presented as typical of the demoralized family and sex relations of the newly emancipated Negroes in southern cities the following picture. The shanty is the black within and without through age and weather, but more than but more through dirt and grime, and the decaying floor is filthier than the ground outside, though that is a sink. There's no chair or stool, nothing to sit upon, but a wreck of a bedstead, which holds a nest of one straw feathered pillow, which trots of itself, rags of wool and cotton, which are equally smutty and frisky, a bit of furniture besides a small table. Three children are rubbing off the slime with potato skins left yesterday, for they get a meal some days, and these pairings furnish their only today. Under the table is a battered wash dish in which they stir their hoe cake when they can get any, and a broken skillet which to bake it, but wood is scarce to them, and only now can they steal a bit. A black woman sits on a log with a half dozen small specimens of humanity about her, and all the shades of black, brown, and yellow. She has 8 children and was married once, but only 2 of the children belong to her husband. Where is your husband? Is he living? You ask. Don't know, missus, don't care. He may go to the devil for all I cares. 2 of the children are partially blind through measles, the third is a cripple, the oldest daughter is married, and her husband and her children live at home, and the second daughter is very black and bright girl of 15, has a yellow baby, which knows no father, and all the numerous family live in one small room and all sleep together. Three mothers are all members of the Methodist Church. The foregoing picture of Negro illegitimacy in a southern city, we all have the factors involved in the general problem: poverty, ignorance, and the absence of family traditions and community controls. And finally, the sexual exploitation of the subordinate race by the dominant race. Moreover, this description could be matched today by cases in southern cities where the sexual behavior of Negroes has been influenced by similar social forces. But of course, such cases of illegitimacy, involving a degree of poverty, social disorganization, and personal demoralization, represented in the description are not typical. Then, too, it is very probable that illegitimacy is not so widespread among Negroes today as during the years following the Civil War. It is impossible to draw any conclusion from available statistics concerning either the volume or the trend of illegitimacy among Negroes, and the registration area. The proportion of illegitimate births among Negroes increased from 120 per thousand total births in 1917 to 165 per thousand in 1943. The statistics on Negro illegitimacy in the District of Columbia have been used more frequently than any other source as a basis of generalization on the problem. In 1878, 9.8% of Negro births were illegitimate, but during the next year, the percentage of illegitimate births suddenly rose to 17 per 100 live births. By 1880, a fifth of the births were illegitimate, and the percentage fluctuated between a fifth and a fourth until 1910. Although after 1910 was on a whole a downward trend, after 1929 the rate mounted steadily until it reached a former level of 20%. Then following World War II, the rate suddenly rose to 25%. The same is true of a few northern and southern cities for which there are statistics on Negro illegitimacy extending as far back as 1900. In Baltimore, the Negro illegitimacy declined slightly from 26% at the opening of the century to 21% in 1929. During the same period in Mobile, Alabama, the rate has fluctuated considerably. At the beginning of the present century, close to 27%, but declined to 11% in 1912. However, it suddenly mounted in the next year to 27% and reached 27% during the First World War, and then it declined to 23%. However, in Hartford, Connecticut, where there have been comparatively few Negro births, the illegitimacy rate has declined on the whole during the present century despite an influx of Negroes during and since the war. In Somerville, Massachusetts, where the Negro population remains small, there have been only 6 illegitimate births scattered over a period of 30 years. Since 1900, the proportion of Negro illegitimate births in Evansville, Indiana, according to health records, has fluctuated considerably. At the opening of the century, the proportion of illegitimate births was about 14%, but after declining until it reached 9% in 1906, and it decreased again, fluctuating about 20%, reached 30.8% in 1929. Records of Negro illegitimacy for shorter periods in several northern and southern cities may also be cited. In Richmond and Norfolk, Virginia, the rate remained close to 20% since 1920. However, in Birmingham, Alabama, the rate has mounted from 12 to 16% since 1918. The rate in Philadelphia since 1920 has closely paralleled that in Birmingham, Alabama, whereas in Trenton, New Jersey, since 1916, it has increased from 10 to 18%. In Chicago, it was found that from 10 to 15% of the Negro maternity cases in Cook County Hospital for the 6 years, 1923 to 28, were unmarried mothers. In New York in 1930, there are 379 Negro illegitimate births, according to the records of the health department, and 434 according to the data of the social service agencies. On the basis of these figures, the Negro rate was between 5 and 6%. Generally, the attempts have been made in the past to fathom the causes of the persistence of a high rate of illegitimacy among Negroes, especially in cities where race has made perceptible progress economically and educationally. Students have gloomily attributed to some inherent moral degeneracy of the Negro. Hoffman, writing at the close of last century, concluded that statistics of crime and illegitimacy furnish proof that neither religion nor education has influenced, to any appreciable degree, the moral progress of the race, and that the race as a whole had gone backward rather than forward. This opinion was not so harsh as that of the northern-born mulatto, who climaxed his denunciation of the loose sex habits of Negroes with the assertion that illegitimate motherhood is rather a recommendation in the eyes of a prospective husband. Even as late as 1930, a writer who has often proposed colonization as the only means of saving America from the moral menace of the Negro, regarded the high Negro illegitimacy rate in the District of Columbia as one of the manifest measures of indifferent success achieved upon the part of the white during his long contact and mediating the ideals, morals of Christianity to the Negro. Although illegitimacy is from 5 to 10 times as high among Negroes as among whites, these opinions concerning the moral degeneracy of the Negro obviously reflect the various attitudes of the writers rather than provide explanations of the Negro's behavior. Shannon's antipathy towards the mulatto was probably responsible for his absurd argument that the Negro's attitude towards illegitimacy is the result of false ideas of equality which encouraged in the District of Columbia. It is scarcely necessary to point out that in most of the northern cities, where the Negro enjoys more equality than in the District of Columbia, the illegitimacy rates are much lower. But as a matter of fact, there are relatively few white fathers of colored illegitimate children. In Chicago, for a 2.5 year period, beginning in January 1926, there were only 6 white and 1 Mexican father among 235 cases in the records of the Cook County Hospital. Dr. Reed, in her study of the situation in New York City, found that among the 962 cases in which the health department had data for the race or color of the father as well as the mother, there are only 18 instances of race crossing reported. 15 of these instances of Negro women who had white fathers of their children, while 3 were white women that had Negro fathers of their babies. Although statistical data of a conclusive nature are lacking, from what we know of racial mixture in the South, the social and economic subordination of the Negro has been more fruitful of illegitimacy than any enjoyment of equality. The reaction of Thomas, the cultured Negro from New England, simply expressed his revulsion of feeling towards a disorganized Negro of the South, with whom he identified by custom and public opinion. Similarly, many white investigators have been shocked and disgusted when they discovered in some cities that 3/4 of a century after slavery, a quarter of the Negro births were illegitimate. But what these investigators failed to realize is the constant flow of simple peasant folk from rural districts to the poverty and disorganization of city slums constantly recreates the problem of unmarried motherhood. Most unmarried Negro mothers are newcomers to the city, as revealed in various studies. In New York City in 1930, about a fifth of the Negro women who had become unmarried mothers were non-residents. This is about 3% less than among white women who seemingly seek the anonymity of the city for more frequently to escape the censor of their home communities. However, a more significant fact relative to the migration to the city appears to be to regard the birthplace of the unmarried mothers and the length of their residence in the city. Of 447 unmarried mothers for whom information was available, coming before social agencies during the years of 1922 to 23 in New York City, 70% were born in southern states or in the West Indies. 3/4 of the women born in the South had been in New York City less than 5 years. And a similar situation was found in regard to unmarried Negro mothers in Chicago, where about 80% of them were born in the South, and over half of them had been in the city less than 5 years. Moreover, life histories and case records revealed that many of the unmarried mothers had wandered with or without their families about the country before settling in the cities where they gave birth to their illegitimate offspring. A large proportion of the unmarried mothers were comparatively young. Of the group of 300 unmarried mothers studied in Chicago, 50 were under the age of 17 years, and 165 or 55% were under 20. In a group studied in New York, 56% were under 20 years of age. Although their sex delinquency is due in part to the lack of parental supervision, it often represents the persistence in the urban environment of folkways that were relatively harmless in rural communities. In their behavior, one can often see exemplified the truth of Sumner's observation: so long as customs are simple, naive, and unconscious, they do not produce evil in character, no matter what they are. In reflection, an awaken a reflection is awakened and mores cannot satisfy it, then doubt arises, individual character will be corrupted, and society will degenerate. Many of the unmarried Negro mothers in our city have never known normal family life. Case records of 235 unmarried mothers in Chicago showed that less than an eighth had come from normal families. In a third of the 235 cases, the father of the mother was dead, the parents were divorced or separated, or one or the other parent had deserted the family. This is typical of cases in other cities. In Washington, a 30-year-old unmarried woman born outside Atlanta, Georgia, told the following story of her family background and how she happened to the city. My mother died when I was a year and 6 months old. I would have been happy if I had died then too. An old lady named Miss Mariah took care of me. She explained to me about my mother. My father died when I was 7 years old. She took care of me until I became 12, going on my 13th birthday when she died. Ever since I've been taking care of myself, butting about. I didn't have no one to teach me, send me to school, or give me an education. Some white people taught me a lot of things. It's funny how you can get such a few favors from colored people. I'd never seen a train until I was 11. It scared me to death. A girlfriend who had been to New York and Washington was home when Miss Mariah died, took me to her house after the burial. She told me about the city. I begged her to bring me with her. Since these unmarried mothers are part of a great army of poorer migrants who go to the city, they are naturally found in the deteriorated and disorganized sections of the Negro community. In our study of illegitimacy in the city of Chicago, it was found that illegitimacy was closely tied up with the organization of the Negro community. For example, the highest rates of illegitimacy was found in the first zone, which was in the slum area just outside the central business district, where the poorer migrants from the South first settled. In this zone, 2.3% of the mothers of childbearing age were unmarried mothers. The rate declined in successive zones until it reached 0.2% in the seventh and outermost zone. One needs to only read the description of the neighborhoods in which illegitimacy flourishes to see to what extent the environment in which these women live influences their sex behavior. An unmarried mother, just 14 years of age, gave the following description of the building where she meets her beaux, her men. And that building where my cousin lives now is terrible. I remember the one time they shot crap from 1 o'clock at night up until the morning. You know what, that building ain't for nothing but dikes. I heard so much about dikes. So one day I asked my cousin what was a dike, and she said she would show me one of them. She said there were two dykes in the building, and they got to fighting, and one pulled the other's clothes off. I tried to get her to tell me what a dyke was, but she never did tell me. Some of them women in that building was a hustling, they sell themselves. A man go up there, and then they charge them $2. The man used to go up there all the time. There was an old woman who used to come up to my cousins, and she said one day, "Say, honey, when are you going up to my house and sleep with me?" She used to pat me down, and I turned around to her, and one of the men in the house told her to let me alone. I was a little girl. I remember one time all the girls and boys were out there in front of the house, and she said for all of us to go inside. She couldn't make no money out here with all of us around. Police used to go up in there and raid the place all the time. One night I was looking out the window and the patrol backed up to the door and I called Elle. Right away she ran and locked up the trunk. She says, I gotta get rid of this moonshine. They didn't come to my cousins. They took men and women out the building. Some just had step-ins on, and the men were barefoot. That place was so bad. I learned so much down there. Well, I'm glad I did learn what I did, for I can keep out of trouble from now on. The account which this sexually precocious girl furnished concerning her surroundings shows clearly that it is needless to postulate a compelling sexual appetite as McCord has done as an explanation for the conduct of the girls who live in such an environment. We often find in life histories of unmarried mothers that their first interest in sexual knowledge has been aroused by the play groups in disorganized areas. Consequently, their attitude towards sex as well as their behavior reflects the attitudes of the group in which sexual knowledge gives them status. We can see this. We can see in the influence of group play following a document written by a young unmarried mother. One day, a girl One day, a girlfriend of mine told me that a boy named DW, said he had seen me with another girl coming out of the bathroom with two boys. The next day I seen him, I asked him, said that he did not say it. Every day I began to see him more. One day he asked me to go with him and I said yes. Every day I would come and go with him. All the girls was jealous of him. They used to tell me he would go with another girl. He said he did not. I believe him. One hot summer night, I was in Ellis Park on 37th and I met D. I asked him where he lived. He said 36 Cottage Grove, last floor. After a while, a girl came named LB and her boyfriend. We all sat out in the park for a while. He asked me if I would let him have it. I said no. The girl and boy kept telling me to go ahead, it won't hurt you. I said I was afraid. After a while, I did. After he took me home the next night, I did it again. One Sunday, I was in the show. I met him. After the show, he and his boyfriend and the girl. I didn't know who she was. But the boy's name is JG. We went over to his house. Jay started the radio. We danced a while. The boys turned out light. I and D went in the other room, and after he took me home, I began to love him very much. I thought it was nobody like him. The contacts in which unmarried mothers have with the man who is the father of her child is often of a very casual nature. In many instances, they only know the first name of the man because of the anonymity afforded by the city. Married men are often responsible. Dr. Reed found that a fourth of the fathers of illegitimate offspring, concerning those marital status information was available when married. The streets, as well as the moving picture houses, theaters, and dance halls, provide occasions for contacts which often lead to illegitimacy. The following is an excerpt from a life history of a naive newcomer to the city. We just got acquainted ourselves, and how I got acquainted was I got lost. I was on 7th Street to a 5 and 10-cent store. He was coming down the street. I stopped him to ask him how to get back home. I was ashamed to tell him I couldn't read the names on the car. I just guess he considered the matter and took me home. Then he asked me, could he come to see me? I stopped him on the corner because I didn't know what the lady would say. He asked me where I live, if I had a friend, about my people. He showed me different places. He asked to call to see me and take me to the movies. I was 14. I had never seen a show. First time he come to see me, he took me to the show. I can remember it just as good. It was a love picture about a boy falling in love with the poor girl. After the show, he took me to a cafe. We had sandwiches and tea. I don't drink nothing. I ain't never drunk nothing. Then he taken me back home. The detail concerning the romantic element in the picture suggests the manner in which the city environment gives a new definition of sex. Although the majority of unmarried mothers have never gone beyond the eighth grade, they are often influenced in their attitude towards sex by the printed page. As a rule, the literature with which they are acquainted is restricted to magazines such as True Stories and True Confessions. Significantly enough, one girl recounted her life history, a story from one of these magazines that centered around the romantic career of an unmarried mother. Naturally, the vast majority of these unmarried mothers come from the lower economic strata of the Negro population. Their parents are where they are dependent upon their own labor. They themselves are engaged in domestic service or, as in a city like Chicago, in unskilled labor. Often, where young unmarried mothers are living with their parents, very frequently with only a mother, they are without parental oversight because of the employment of the mother. However, many of these working mothers make a sincere effort to control their daughter's behavior, but because of the vicious surroundings and the freedom which the city affords, their diligence is often to no avail. As one widowed mother in Chicago sadly remarked concerning her wayward daughter, I talk and teach, and when I have done all I know how to do, I can do no more. Children in these days are a heartbreak. To experience the experience of unmarried motherhood for some girls is sometimes the beginning of a series of such experiences. Of 379 unmarried girls studied by Dr. Reed, 47 had 2 children, 10 had 3 children, 8 had 4 children, 4 had as many as 7 or more. In our study of 300 unmarried mothers in Chicago, the case records revealed about 13% of them had more than one child. That that more unmarried mothers do not have several illegitimate children is hardly due to their reformation, but to the fact that they acquire knowledge about birth control and abortions. Nor should it be overlooked that venereal diseases play some part in preventing conception. On the whole, unmarried mothers in the city exhibit less of the elemental maternal sympathy towards their children. Okay? They don't like their children. They don't care. They're mean to the children. We see news stories every day. We see those now. They don't show maternal sympathy towards their children, which one finds in rural communities in the South. In the alleys of southern cities, as well as in the tenements of northern cities, the unmarried mother sometimes kills her unwanted child by throwing it in the garbage can. Yet one finds cases of unmarried mothers who show natural sympathy and affection for their offspring that is reminiscent of the isolated communities in the rural South. In connection with one's attention is called to Dr. Reed's study that showed that whereas only a third of illegitimate white children are taken care of in the home of their mother or relative, three-fourths of the offsprings of unmarried Negro mothers receive such care. The difference reflects, to some extent, the persistence of traditional folk ways of the urban environment. Of course, Negro illegitimacy is not merely the persistence of native peasant folkways in the urban environment. Undoubtedly, much of the illegitimacy issues from social disorganization and results from personal demoralization. Some of the unmarried mothers are themselves illegitimate, and it appears, in some cases at least, that they have simply imitated the loose behavior of their mothers. Nor can one overlook the fact that a few older women who have illegitimate offspring are already married. These women are conscious of having violated established mores. The same may be said of young girls who attempt various ways to avoid exposure. As a rule, older women attempt to deceive the social agencies by pretending that they are married. It happens occasionally that an unmarried mother who's lived over a period of years with the father of her illegitimate offspring. She may even represent herself to the community as well to her children as a married woman. In such cases, her efforts to conceal her real relation to the father of her children may spring from a desire to protect the status of her children from the community. As typical of such women, we might cite a case in Washington. A 44-year-old unmarried mother without any formal education from a rural community in Maryland. She married when she was 13 years old, but was deserted 3 years later when her husband went to Florida to work. After coming to Washington, She took up with the man by whom she had 3 children. When this man deserted her and married, she began living with another man whom by whom she had 2 children. She went by the name of the second man, brought up the first set of children, believed their father was dead, and the second set that she was legally married to the father. When this woman had to apply for relief, she reported herself to having been married to these men, but after the social worker found no record of her marriages, she explained her attempted deception in the following letter. I want to explain something to you. I didn't tell you this morning as the questions were too embarrassing to answer, and I didn't want my children to know how things were with me, as this really couldn't help how things were at the time. So now I'm telling you the truth. I was not married to Johnson or North, but having these children, I couldn't be helped for the sake of my health. Jones was my only real husband, and that can be found out in X. Maryland, like many others, I didn't realize what record it could make and what it could all really mean. I'm not doing any of these things now, and I hope that you can straighten it out without any further embarrassment. For the sake of my children and my church, please let me keep the name North as if we were married on the 20th of this month when he suddenly died on the 17th of June, 1934. Every other thing I've told you was true except for that part of things. Although a son and daughter by the first man are married and assuming living conventional lives, the younger daughter has unconsciously followed the footsteps of the mother. Our analysis of Negro illegitimacy has revealed that it's the province almost entirely of the naive and ignorant peasant folk who are newcomers to the city. Occasionally, a girl with some education and good family background will be found among the cases and the social agencies. But among Negroes, as among whites, when women and girls who have the advantage of education, economic security, and protection of the family become pregnant as a result of extramarital relations, they are generally shielded both from the censor of society and from the scrutiny of social agencies. It is, of course, different with the great mass of simple peasant folk who are without these economic and cultural resources. During the course of their migration to the city, family ties are broken, the restraints which once held in check immoral sex conduct lose their force. However, in some cases, where the rural folkways concerning unmarried motherhood are in conflict with legal requirements of that city, the persistence of these folkways in the urban environment will create social problems. Illegitimacy, like other forms of family disorganization, tends to become segregated in the poorest sections of the Negro community, located in the slum area of our cities. Okay, I think we can stop here. What y'all say? We'll pick back up another time. This has been cool, and I think I'll do some more today. I love Frasier. Oh God. Oh, this is cool. So let's stop for here, and we'll pick up some more. I think the next time around, if you guys come on, I want to talk about racism again. I want to talk about Nazism and fake Christianity. Nazism and fake Christianity. This is a theme you're going to regularly hear from me. Again, if you guys love this, retweet this, share this. My channel has been getting the hell shadow banned out of it. They're doing everything. If I send you an announcement, you won't get it. So don't expect it because I don't typically do it because if I send an announcement, they don't share it. But be prepared. I am, as part of my recovery, now I got my mom functioning. Go, mom. Go, go, mom. And I can have a drinky now. This is carrot juice with orange juice. I absolutely want you guys to be prepared. I will be talking about Nazis, racism, eugenics, and I may do chapters instead of whole books. So please, and you know the Cash App is Dr. Randy Short. That's also a Patreon. It's a Venmo. It's it's yeah, it's three of them. It's three of those. So Patreon, Venmo, as well as Cash App, and of course I do a Zelle and a PayPal, which is DrRandyShort@gmail.com, which is my email if you have a question or there's something you're looking for. Maybe I may know where the book is, maybe not. And of course, I have a GoFundMe because we're fighting, and I feel good for stage 4 cancer. God's good to me, right? And for stage 3 cancer, I have to show you a picture. My mother looks great. I want to thank everybody that gave to that. Moderators, the next time, share that. I'll put up all of my fun things. Uh, I do two things. I've been buying herbs and medicine as well, and some of it I put on our books. Um, I thank you. You guys have a great night. Yeah, I know how to share this, put this out, and also I plan to go back to reading about sex and race and other things. So if the health holds up and there are no tragedies that I can't avoid, got to take care of family when they're sick. Got to take care of yourself when you're sick. If I, if there's no crisis, then we can get back and just do this on a regular basis. I also want to tell everybody this is the 1st of May. Weather's getting nice, so between doing exercise, I will be doing genealogical research. I got to reach out to a couple of people and talk to them about doing research. That's a side hustle, and it's also worthwhile. And I look forward to this. So I hope you guys learned anything. Are you guys good? Was it worthwhile? Every channel does something different. My thing is just very few people are putting actual books and information in our hands. Okay. I've got books on reparations. I got some books on police killing, all of this stuff. I've been stocking up. I mean, I have so many things your mind would be blown. I absolutely want to get that going. So please share this. If you have a comment, make one. I try to respond to them as long as it's not stupid. Mm. Mm. I'm gonna add some sour sop to this. So you guys hold your heads up, be positive, keep reading, keep learning. Um, Knowledge is power. And that book I had, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna read a little bit of this later today. This book here, y'all should try to get one. It's called Dangerous Learning: The South's Long War on Black Literacy. Once you recognize that Black literacy is seen as a major threat to our being enslaved or subordinated, you'll realize that reading is a radical activity. Um, Anybody that has questions about literature books I run through, you can always email me at DrRandyShort, which is also my Zelle and PayPal donation thing. You know how to in fact, I want to get some more. There are a couple of things I want to get. And whereas when I get these, I love to share. I wish I could just send uh, ebooks to people or PDFs of it. Maybe one day I'll get to that point. But dangerous learning, this is definitely one that I want us to know something about. We absolutely need to learn that literacy is something that they do not want us to know. Don't like us reading. Understand that that's a major, major, major. So this is, they don't like folk reading in prison. They don't like it. Read, 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 read. Even if you read a little bit, read something. I may read a piece of a book and put it down, pick up another one. grow your mind. Okay, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to shut down these channels. It's time to stop. And I'll see you guys later. By the way, MFM, everybody, I haven't said it in a long time. We need our money. We need our money, people. And look at this. I'm gonna show you something. Show you shadow banning. Y'all think I make this stuff up? I want you to see. If you see this, each time I make a video, they lock it. I make everything public, and they go through and they lock it. So they've locked a couple of my videos. Either I make. They don't want you to be able to see it. They decide that you can't have it. So they locked my racial rebellions. Okay, so I'm going to go in now, and I've got to edit the video, and I have to unlock it. They do this constantly. They don't like what I'm doing. They don't like you thinking. They've already locked this video at the top. You see the lock? The video that we just did, it's already locked on another channel. They're locking it. What the hell did you need to lock it for? So I have to wait for it to load up. I don't want them to do anything to it. They do not like, it seems like it's just a nigger reading, which is sort of true, but somebody does not want you thinking. Sinners hung between two black thieves. They locked it. So wow, they locked. I have to constantly go through and unlock it. So if you don't see something, I don't care if you see it. Somebody goes through and constantly locks it. They don't want you hearing what's being said. It ain't me, babe. It's not me. I'm not against people learning, okay? The problem is not me. The problem ain't me, man. Just so you guys will know, I don't have an issue. So share these videos, my friend. They do not want people paying attention. What this really pisses somebody off. This pisses people off, people. This pisses people off, and this pisses people off. They do not like what I'm doing. They don't like it, my friends. They do not like this. They don't like this. And so let's screw them anyway. Let's shut it off. Let's do what we feel like doing. They can't stop it. Anybody that asks me a question, it's always easy to email me. I may not be able to answer your questions when I'm reading. That's why my email is drrandyshort@gmail.com. I put it all over the place. If you ask when I'm doing a reading, I may not get to your question. Eventually, we're going to get this interactive. But the biggest problem, the next generation of young people, is the same problem we've always had. Black people have lost God. And I'm not talking about a phony kind of God. I'm talking about a God where I'm going to help you. I'm going to protect you. We can come together, pool our money. We can organize. We'll respect each other. We're kind to each other. We don't kill our babies. We don't rape our women. We don't molest our kids. We don't murder each other. 10 Commandments. We are right now, multiple generations are a lawless people. Huge numbers of people just completely out of control. Our biggest problem, we've lost God. And I'm not talking about a God that says suck the ass of people that hate you. A God that says kiss the dick ring of a white supremacist. That's not, and by the way, foundational for black folks, whether you like it or not, is Christianity. I don't care whether you like what I'm saying or not. I don't care if you're into killing chickens, burning sage. You can't change the foundation of who your people are. And we're trying to do it's as unnatural as a woman trying to be a man or a man trying to be a woman, to pretend that this Protestant background of our ancestors has no standing. It's stupid. It's ignorant. It's out of order. And all of it. I mean, our music has gone to crap. With the people from the church, when the church people were making the music, we had good black music. Now that folks are godless of music, nobody wants to listen to it except for other godless people. So the answer is to find the God of Nat Turner and the God of people like Frederick Douglass and Maria Stewart. Those black folks did stuff. It's upon their shoulders that we stand. To pretend that there's nothing to love your neighbor, respect your neighbor, don't steal, to say that that's trash and we need to find some shit in Africa when these Africans, I got some videos where Africans admit to selling each other for pots and pans and shit, and this still goes on now. Okay, you want whatever they had over there when Africans are trying to get rid of it. It's stupid. And I say that to all the little fake conscious community Negroes out there. You guys are pathological, cancerous liars. I'm not trying to defend no rotten preachers, but the good ones that get it right, the Adam Clayton Powells and other people, how y'all going to blow their asses off? How are you going to pretend that the people that did the Underground Railroad, civil rights and everything else, well, I hate Jesus Christ, I hate all this stuff, and we need something else? That's insane. And we become an insane people. And I'm not talking about giving all your money to some crooked minister. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. We see models of success, the Mennonites, the Amish. We see all kinds of people that know how to make their religious belief system suit them and help advance them. Okay. So it's real clear. It's real clear. And it's time for our people. Look, everywhere in the world, everybody has at least some concept of what their faith is. We're the only people nowadays where we don't believe in anything. Nothing really matters. We're all over the place. We're doing yoga when Hinduism hates black people. You run after Islam, there's extreme discrimination against black people. And you're running into Catholicism, which sanctify the warfare on black folks without thinking about it. It's we need to grow up. Let this stuff go. So I'm going to get out of here. It's time for me to lay down. I'll talk to you.